Yeah, I got one. Yeah.
刚刚同学问我说是他自己发 slides 还是怎样的？他说是我自己发他的 app。
它又会有一个那个遥控器。We'll have this or that. Yeah, Matt, because Hunter is here. So is the keynote ready? Because can I just go to let's go to where's the co-working space? For what? 文思，那个 video 都在这儿。
是我现在在干嘛？
王超的，王超应该跟这个在一起。对 first one stay, second one stretch, third one Wendy 有 PT，
我刚刚说的是
Wendy，
现在不是这里。
然后最后一个，然后这个Hunter不是跟他们一起的，Hunter是自己的。
Hunter是安志远的班是。第一个是那个安志远是吧？
第一是安志远。这个结束以后的下一个。
然后下一个。
我没有 preference， 下一个我没有 preference。
然后一会儿主持的话是什么？怎么跟过去 ？What's the deal？
我觉得就是，然后一个月参加，一个月然后休息，然后下来再。
做运动。
那4那应该是那儿只有一个slide。哦，那个没事，那些他们都没有，就一个就一个。那 entrepreneur 4个都有。4个。Marketing 是一个 video。那我今天。
Do I have a clicker?
Clicker. We do have clicker, right?
Something that I can
yeah.
advance slides with?
Yes.
How do I advance my slides?
It's all good.
Oh.
Yes.
2 seconds. Because I wasn't here in the morning yesterday, tell me one thing to do yesterday. Tell me your most significant moment from So, okay, so we learned how we face the same challenges in place of learning. around historic preservation. Yeah, but it's sort of something that preservation. And then I'm going to end this with funding, which is it really helps to be better narratives. Yeah, he knows how to curate stuff.
There's a microphone up there.
And do I have to stay at the podium to do my job? Otherwise people can't hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yes, better. I mean, I have lav mics if you want to walk around.
Yeah, if you want to walk around.
Usually do walk, but actually for this I'll just
Stay
stay.
at the podium.
Oh yeah, because when Andrea is speaking, the 4 panelists will be wearing the mask.
This is how it works.
Andrea will start for 10 minutes presentation, and there will be a kind of discussion.
Okay.
4 people sitting there. Andrea will
Actually, so then we should bring them in right now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Get them? Good?
Yeah, I'll also help let everybody starting to getting seated.
But I'll get them. So you do the seating and I'll get them. Morning. Come on in.
Yeah. For the final project.
Is this a good seat, Benjamin?
That's a great seat.
My PhD student, she's actually on the map of the content. Ah, here is one gentleman who can like that. Can you come with me?
I think I'm first in the order, but I'm honestly not sure.
Okay. So I'll try to put the mics in. It'll be number 1.
Okay. I tried to see two buildings down by South Station. Thank you so much.
Okay, so just mic up over here. Just perfect. Do that.
All right. Thanks, everybody, to come. Good morning. Welcome to MIT Media Lab. My name is Kun Chen. It is my great honor to be standing here welcoming you all to attend this amazing conference. And thanks for waking up early on Sunday, because we are all excited about innovation in real estate. So before I start, I would just want to make a few quick notes that thanks for setting up the MIT Real Estate Entrepreneurship Lab. Without the sponsor of the lab, we are not able to put together all of this conference. And also, most importantly, thanks MIT Center for Real Estate, because it is because of the support of the faculties and staffs of the Center for Real Estate, we, as a group of students, are able to put together this proposal and bring this event happen today. So let me introduce Andrea Checkett, our beloved faculty from Center for Real Estate, whose special research is in innovative real estate product, to start our first panel, co-working space and accelerator and incubation. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for that lovely introduction. And thank you for waking up so early to learn about innovative products in commercial real estate space. First, I want to start out by saying how incredibly proud I am of our students and the work that they've done, from design to content curation and thinking about actually the design of spaces and the design of finance and economics in China and bringing that to MIT yesterday. I learned a lot. And in terms of how we are different, it's really not at all. China and the West are actually converging very quickly, and we face a lot of the same challenges and opportunities, especially with respect to megacity planning and urban planning. DUSP and the MIT Center for Real Estate learned a lot yesterday with respect to how to do that better and at such a scale, such enormous challenges in terms of transportation, traffic, buildings, so many buildings. I was just in Beijing and I played Count the Cranes. I counted 75 cranes just in the CBD. So an amazing scale of construction and development happening all at once within the country. And there's a lot of challenges and a lot that we can learn from each other. The other thing is historic preservation challenges, capturing the history of a place and actually creating value from that. There was a lot of financial economists who were talking about creating value from historic preservation yesterday. I found that to be incredibly fascinating, but also incredibly important for understanding how we can build and rejuvenate the cities that we already exist in, whether we're in Western Europe, the United States, or in China. And then the last thing, which I thought was really just fun, is that to be a really great real estate developer, you need to be a film producer to curate space, because you know how to actually set up a narration of where people should go to and come from to live their life. So we learned a lot about how to establish space in that paradigm. So transferring to our conversation this morning, I want to talk about innovation in the built environment. So my research platform with David Geltner and Dennis Frenchman and a whole team of brilliant, amazing researchers is about identifying innovative real estate products, spaces, processes, and technologies that are transforming commercial real estate development. And that is not a trivial process, because institutional investors, the people who have the money, the capital, are not very interested in identifying the frontier. So I'm going to be sitting on a panel with a group of individuals who are quite used to talking about innovation in space, because they are at the frontier of doing this. But it is uncommon for these things to sort of coincide, the notion of innovation in the built environment. So today I'm going to talk about new products in commercial space, but I'm going to particularly pivot into accelerators, co-working, and incubator space. But before I do that, I'm going to talk about how we can apply innovation to the built environment. So Innovation is in a place. Dennis Frenchman, our assistant dean at the School of Architecture and Planning, he would come in and he'd say, innovation is in a place, people. You have to create and design for where the demand is coming from. So you need to think about the new workers, the millennials that are coming in and how they want to actually live, work, and play. And how do we create mixed-use developments that actually curates economic growth rather than stifles it? So with that being said, if you want to curate economic growth, the space itself also has to innovate too. It has to think differently about how to support the demands and the needs of the innovation economy. So we need to think about how we're going to anchor innovation in the built environment. And land and property, and particularly what we call real estate, plays a critical role in supporting goods and services. As an economist, you never would put buildings in any sort of production function, but they are the critical fundamental base. So these individual pieces of real estate come together and they serve society to create live, work, produce, and play areas. And then we bundle these up together, these micro units of buildings, and we actually create neighborhoods and districts. And this is one of my favorite innovative products that delivers to you the story of how this actually happens. So George Fuller was one of the first real estate property developers in the US. He was also a serious risk taker. He took the skyscraper as an idea and then he actually implemented it, which took a lot of risk and a lot of potential loss on his part. And why was it risky? There was a lot of people who didn't believe that the elevator was actually going to work or be structurally sound. And then he also took something called steel, which was formerly not used in buildings, and actually tried to create a 15-story structure. So we took on a lot of real estate development risk, a lot of design risk, and a lot of challenges to actually get this structure off the ground. Now, why is this precedent useful for us? It's useful because we need to understand that the person who actually drives innovation in the built environment is a developer, or it's a landlord. It's somebody who actually has to think and narrate a story about the future and try to serve a demand. And in this case, the demand was, we have lots of firms and lots of people coming into New York City at the turn of the century, and we have no place to put them, so we've got to go up. So they were serving the demands and the needs at the time. Now, there's a system to innovation. It doesn't just happen in a vacuum, and we've been developing that system for the past 100 years. And actually at MIT, we're pretty into anchoring the different components of the system all the way from basic research to scaling. So what I have before you is actually a picture of a process innovation in construction, robotics. So how is robotics infusing itself into the built environment? So these are actually robots developed here at MIT that are actually building themselves. They're called microbots. And so they're constructing themselves. They're creating a structure on their own. So this is fundamental research that we're doing here. And then these are prototypes that are actually done at the Media Lab. These are 3D printed robots for creating walls, or actually ultimately taking a product or an invention to market, or an innovation. This actually happens distinctly differently from the basic research and prototyping phase. So places like MIT, Stanford, Caltech, these are known for the basic research and prototypes. And then taking to market and scaling is really the business activity of innovation. Now, why do I point this out to you? It's very simple. This is a very costly process. And learning how to do this, you need to leverage the institutions and the anchors around you to create and innovate in the built environment. And this is what we're doing at the Center for Real Estate and with the Sam Tackley Laboratory. But also you need to learn how to innovate and diffuse and create products in the marketplace, which is also another component done at MIT, and particularly at the built environment. So there's lots of ways to innovate. So we can have a product innovation, which we're talking about today. We can have organizational innovations where there's new data that's actually describing how our world is working. We can have process innovations, which actually I just showed you in terms of robotics that are transforming the construction process. Or we can actually transform real estate districts and cities by a combination of all three. It's relatively dynamic and complex process because development is a relatively dynamic and complex process. But just to focus today, we're going to talk a little bit more about products. So the new product types for the marketplace, which are serving a new or latent demand in the market. And in particular, we're going to talk about this latent demand of trying to work or think about work differently. how we want to live, work, and play in a comfortable environment. So here are some precedents in actually product innovation. So designing and carving out this new economy through real estate, and how is this happening? And I have a portfolio of about 26 innovative products, but what I like to focus on for today is actually those that are capitalizing on either sustainability or shared economy paradigms. So data centers are actually digital cities. They are where data bits go to work and live and play, if you can say that. They live, produce, work, and play in data centers. And these products have been around since like the 1970s, since the formation of the internet. But they've really taken on a very successful and prominent role in our world. Now, this is just an example of how one product or one demander or one user, and that being an abstract digital byte, needs to come into a building to agglomerate. And that agglomeration can lead to better things, new synergies, new cross disciplines, but it also can lead to the development of new space, new architectural innovations in space, and how we need to design new commercial real estate products. I'm going to skip shared space because we're going to get a lot depth into it. But another one that I just want to point out is indoor vertical food farms or food incubation centers. These are places where we're actually designing how we're going to grow and enhance organic food. We're going to transform how we bring food into cities. Actually, we're not even going to transport food into cities anymore. We're actually going to create it in cities. And it's highly organic, highly safe, and it's a way of actually transforming the agricultural industrial process around the globe. Now, these real estate products, although they seem very new to us, they're at the frontier of what's happening in terms of real estate products today, but eventually they will move to obsolescence, reuse, or demolition themselves. So this is the solo growth curve applied to real estate products. And on the left-hand axis, we have innovations that are pretty much unknown at the moment, all the way up to purely disruptive innovations. And that also helps us to understand expectations around value. Along the x-axis, or the time axis, we have this movement from having an innovation trigger all the way out to the path of obsolescence. And somewhere along the way, we go through a trough of disillusionment with products. So it seems that we are learning a lot about indoor vertical food farms these days, super tall needles, fiber-lit buildings, accelerators, shared living space, data centers. But we have gone through a process where we're no longer really busy with big box shopping malls. Actually, we don't even really like to go to them anymore. So the idea is that we need to think about a cycle of real estate development and a cycle of growth that is applied to these products, and actually understanding the value dynamics along this path. Now, in particular, there's a shared space shift. There's a movement towards designing and carving out a new economy through real estate that is particularly focused on discretizing and sharing space. And the distinction is very important because it's definitely there in pricing. The price per square foot is higher on the basis of discretizing and bundling services. But importantly, they're actually taking these services and they're bundling it with other amenities and access to a lifestyle. And if you have this gain to this lifestyle combined with flexibility, you're gaining this new product, this new way of innovating in how you actually sell space and create amenities. Now, the other aspect of this that's very interesting is that the discretization is no longer at a price per square foot basis, which is traditional in real estate. We actually bundle and sell on the basis of kilowatt hours in the places of data centers, racks, trays when we're talking about indoor vertical food farms, beds when we're talking about micro units, desks when we're talking about co-working, and living essentials when we're talking about micro units. So we're discretizing and we're repricing the bundles of amenities that are going out to people, and it's actually changing the value paradigm for these real estate structures. But there's a lot of benefits to this. It's shared. It actually drives down costs, potentially for the landlord, although there's no evidence on that. It creates agglomeration within the economy, although there's no evidence on that. If anybody has data, we're interested. It creates economic growth. Again, no data. But it also is strengthening to an idea around a more robust economy and robust developments. But what we do know is that there's a lot of reuse, effort, and repurposing of space, which is very useful. So a lot of co-working, co-shared space, indoor vertical food farms are repurposing space. There's also the existence of displacement of existing use or people. So there's a lot of gentrification going on where these spaces used to be, which is driving up prices and displacing those who actually were there to create the low values to allow these innovations to potentially take place. Now, switching into our topic for today, we have co-working accelerators and incubators. And I invite everyone in the room to actually challenge a lot of these definitions because they are blurring a lot of the time anyway. But co-working, to my knowledge, is really about a redesign of the physical space to incorporate community and shared-based amenities. It has no particular purpose to accelerate or to invigorate firm performance. It's all about creating a live, work, play dynamic in the commercial real estate market. It makes me think of a co-op and a kibbutz, a 21st century kibbutz. Accelerators are different. They are really there with a purpose. And actually, maybe I'm going to jump to incubators first. Incubators started in the 1980s, and they are really the precedents behind a lot of these products. They're serving small and medium enterprises. They're all about educational and training. They're all about getting smart about curating entrepreneurial performance and bringing capital, education, and firms together to create better economic growth centers. And accelerators are all about identifying the best of those and then pushing them to top tier performance as quickly as possible. So they usually have a time horizon. And sometimes they have this very competitive application process, as well as a graduation end date that says, you've got to go now. Now, the distinction in amenities is not just about Legos, Xboxes, and foosball tables, which is the common paradigm or the common quote that happens in the New York Times or the Washington Post about what these spaces have to offer. But what we do see that's systematic about them, if we start to identify that, is that there is design. There is creating a welcoming environment with the amenities of home. That seems to be true of a lot of them. There's space flexibility, so there's openness to change for space needs very quickly. So churn is something that a lot of these spaces are comfortable taking the risk on, whereas generally institutional investors are not. There's on-site services, so anything from healthcare to dry cleaning to bike repair to massage. It's all there for creating an environment where you never have to leave and you can work all the time. It's another paradigm that's changing. It has access to finance, and that's probably one of the critical ones, or why the number one amenity why these places started to pop up. Is really an understanding of how capital needs to go into entrepreneurial firms. It also has an education and networking component. Now, here is just a list of some of the co-working accelerator and incubator precedents that have been developing in the past 5 to 7 years. It's like the optimization of this space has happened very quickly with the last financial cycle. As capital became available, we began to discover and decide what space should look like to incubate firms and to grow them. This is some recent work on where innovation districts, accelerator clusters, and incubators are popping up around the world. This is a joint work with Towson Joan Fisher, Frenchman, and myself, where we're really trying to identify where these clusters of these types of spaces are happening. We see that there's a lot of hotbed work going on in the US that's creating a lot of growth in this sector, specifically around real estate, and also in Europe. Europe is often forgotten about, but it is actually also growing significantly in these types of spaces. But China is at the frontier, and they're moving rapidly in the past 5 years to adopt these new products. But if you can see the map, the picture is pretty slim. And that has to do with a lot of our information sharing between China and the West. And I actually want to take the moment today to change that. So this is just taking a look at the co-working space and incubators and accelerators that I have in my portfolio from China. Not many. A lot of my links break down, a lot of the work that we're doing breaks down, and we're trying to make the change toward actually making this map here, as colorful as I know as it could be, here. So actually, I'm going to end before I switch over to my panelists to take a moment to crowdsource at this event any sort of co-working incubator, innovation district spaces that you know of that you could teach us about at the Sam Tackley Center for Entrepreneurship. So this is my WeChat. You could take a moment to scan it. You could send me a name, a website, whatever you want. This will go to the Sam Tackley Center. We will make this data set public. It's for everybody's consumption, and so that we can have an understanding of what the space dynamics are actually turning into in China. I'm actually going to not speak too much about what's happening in terms of China because we have two lovely panelists who are going to speak further to that. But if you just take a moment to scan or jot down my email address, that would be great. So without further ado, I'm actually going to take a moment to step off the stage and introduce our esteemed guest, Dave McLaughlin from WeWork, who's going to speak to us about the paradigm shifts in co-working space over the past 5 to 7 years and educated us a little bit more about strategy at WeWork and how we can learn and grow together. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah? Great. So I didn't prepare slides. I thought I'd just share kind of a high-level conceptual overview of WeWork and what we see, and then maybe save more of the back and forth for the Q&A. First, I just want to say thank you to Andrea and Kun and everybody for inviting us to be here today. And I agree about getting up early on a Sunday. I have 2 little kids who play hockey, and a lot of hockey games happen early in the morning, so I had a 6 a.m. game at the Cambridge rink today, and that's why I don't have slides. Let me just tell you about WeWork and what we talk about. When you come in for a tour, or you come in to visit WeWork, and you're all very welcome, come anytime. I'll share my email address and so forth. But when you come in, what we talk to you about is community. We want to know, of course, how many desks you need and how many people are in your company and what you do and all that information that helps us think about how we can really steer appropriate resources to you. But what we want you to understand about WeWork is that if you think of it as a real estate solution only, if you think of it as an office only, you will miss most of the value. It'll be like the iceberg, what you see above the waterline versus everything that's below the waterline. So really what we've found is that the essential ingredient of co-working space is community. And that's what we think of ourselves as providing and selling. And there are 3 ways that we do that. First, there's the design of the space itself. So every WeWork everywhere in the world, right now there are about 55 buildings open in 4 or 5 countries, about 20 cities. We're about 32,000 people working in WeWorks around the world, from Israel to San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, et cetera. And at every WeWork, on every floor, it's designed around a shared kitchen. The shared kitchen is always stocked with fruit-infused water, cold-filtered coffee, and unlimited beer on tap. So we always tell people, depending on the day that you're having and your business is happening, we'll keep you hydrated or caffeinated or intoxicated. The important thing is those kitchens bring people out of their offices, bring people together, and there's this bump and connect dynamic that is hard to define, but is this sort of base layer of community, this essential social fabric where people bump into each other, getting a glass of filtered water, and conversations happen and so forth. The second layer is how we staff and activate the spaces. We hire for a very particular personality type, really warm and extroverted, people who are really endowed with a hospitality soul, really looking out for the members. You notice we don't ever think of the people who work in WeWorks as tenants. We refer to them as members because, again, we don't think of this solely as real estate, or at least not in any traditional sense. We think of this as a community, both at the local level and the global level. In a community, you're a member, not a tenant. So the first layer is how we build the space, the second layer is how we staff and activate the space, and then the third layer is the digital layer. And we have a pretty sophisticated app that allows our members to really remove all the usual friction points of a shared space experience, but also to find ways to collaborate at a higher level. We need to do this survey again, but last year we surveyed our members to ask how many of them have collaborated with another WeWork member, and the percentage was about 70%. 70% is an extraordinary number, in my opinion. So it really substantiates this idea that community is not just sort of a nice thing we say or, a value on a bullet point list of values. It really is what we do, what we build, what we promise, and what we sell. So that is, I think the essential idea is you can't just think of this as some box of square feet. We also use our size, the 32,000 members that we have and growing, to negotiate rates on services that the small companies in our space never could get on their own. So we aggregate our negotiating power and then get health insurance rates that we can pass along to a 2 or 3 person company. We get credit card transaction fee rates reduced to a level that some small company who's taking credit cards in an e-commerce venture, for example, could never get those credit card transaction rates. So again, if you think of this just as real estate, you'll really miss most of the value. In terms of size, I described to you how big we are worldwide. In Boston, we're about 2,600 desks. We're about 93% full. We have 2 buildings, both near South Station. Again, you're all very welcome to come down and visit, and be very happy to show you around. And we're about 650 companies. So right now, the average size in Boston of our member companies is about 4 people. There's great variation on that. There's a lot of single-person, hackers who are building some prototype of an app, and then there's Silicon Valley Bank has their New England headquarters with us and have nearly 100 desks. So it's quite a range. If you think of it all as small startups, that wouldn't be accurate. But again, if we just take the pure average, we're talking about 4-person companies. In the future, I told you we're about 2,600 desks here. In 5 years, we'll be 10 times that. Our notion is not that this is a sliver of the startup community, which is, I don't think, judging from your introduction, nobody here is thinking of it that way, but oftentimes that's how folks who aren't deep in the co-working conversation think of it. This is something for a subset of startups. Our view is much bigger than that, really more like what Andrea was talking about, which is that there's a paradigm shift going on in how we think about workspace. That statement, it seems pretty hard to object to. There's obviously a paradigm shift going on in how we think about work. Therefore, of course, there's a paradigm shift in how we think about the space where that work happens. So my example is, 5 years ago, if you had your servers in the cloud, people thought you were sort of a bit dodgy, maybe risky. Whereas now, if you have your servers on premise, people kind of instinctively say, geez, isn't that a bit wasteful? Why are you stuck in that old paradigm? Are you a bit of a laggard? Now, there are businesses where that's not true. Obviously, some businesses still need to have their servers on premise. That's fine. But the general point is true, that how we think about servers and issues of security and cost and flexibility has completely inverted in something like 5 years. And I would invite you to think that that same inversion is going to happen in terms of how we think about real estate, and that we're in the middle of that right now. That the idea of reducing your flexibility by signing a long-term lease, leasing an amount of space that you need for maximum capacity of growth during that lease period, tying up a lot of capital in a security deposit for that period of time, so on and so on and so on, is just going to start to seem kind of wasteful and kind of dated, and is going to be kind of a reflection on the leadership philosophy or leadership level of vision of your company. And so WeWork, I believe, is on the forefront of redefining how we give business owners more flexibility, more control over their capital, more of what they need to hire successfully and grow successfully and so forth. So I'll stop there. Thank you for letting me frame that for you, and I look forward to the Q&A.
That was fun and fantastic to get a sense of how the paradigm shift is changing, also from one of the primary providers of these types of space. So next, to get another sense of where this space is moving towards, and particularly within an anchor institution, I want to invite to the stage Trish Cotter from the Merton Trust Center for MIT Entrepreneurship.
Good morning. So during the summer, we run a program called the Global Skills Founders Accelerator. And so what this is student teams that qualify for the program. We have about 4,000 square feet, not a big space, but we fit 14 teams in that space plus a support staff. So the philosophy for us is we bring the teams in, but we also, in an open environment. But the addition is, in this, it's more than space, again, but it is with the support. We provide mentorship, and we also provide some funding. So the teams come in and can earn up to $20,000 of equity-free financing. Plus, if you're an MIT student on the team, then you will get a stipend. So I have a short demo, I hope, that I'd like to run just to give you a sense of the program.
They are the stars and they will not let you down. If I give you some advice, is to have your seatbelts tightly fastened, your trays have been locked in upright position, because they're going to blow you away.
So in our cohort, there were three somewhat space related. The first one is Spice, which is an automated restaurant that you could put in where you put a vending machine today, and with healthy food that is self-contained, self-cleaning. So it'll revolutionize the way we think of healthy food and late night snacks. The second one was robotic furniture, it's furniture that has superpowers that can convert a small space into a usable living space by moving furniture around, and depending upon what you need to do, you can adjust the furniture. And Kuhn, who introduced the conference, was on a team called Takuma, and they are changing the way people view the physical space through art. And they put micro galleries currently in Airbnbs. And they did absolutely spectacular in the accelerator. So it's that kind of innovation. The entrepreneurship is run out of Sloan, but is open across campus. And in our organization, the biggest constraint that we have is our ability. We compete with space for other programs and projects in the institution. But we are increasing our space, so we'll get another 2,500 spaces, so we'll be able to increase our teams. So that's a little bit about our entrepreneurship program, and look forward to the panel.
Fascinating, beautifully curated video, but also really exciting to hear how space is actually also being incubated. The design, the change, the innovation around space is being incubated here at MIT as well. Very exciting. Okay, without further ado, I'd like to take a moment to introduce Randy Wan from Wu Space, which is the co-working space that is changing the face of China. Come on up.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the conference organizers for welcoming me here, inviting me here. And I want to thank all of you for getting up this early on a Sunday morning. It's probably much easier for me because I'm still jet lagged, even though I've been in the States for a week. But it'll be good because I'm going back to China tomorrow. So I didn't prepare slides either, but I just want to talk briefly a little bit about sort of the differences between the co-working space with China and the US, as well as touch a bit about what we're trying to do with Wu Space in China, as we're a pretty new startup that was started in February of this year. So in terms of the co-working space in China, so it's the first one was actually 4 years ago, based in Guangzhou, with a startup called 一起开工, and it's been a relatively new phenomenon. Incubators and accelerators have been very government-driven and has been around since the 80s. But in terms of co-working space, it's been pretty new and pretty largely a private market enterprise up until earlier this year. And up until mid-2014, end of 2014, there hasn't been that many co-working spaces in China. And there's a couple reasons for that, mostly dealing with culture. As most Chinese people, they prefer a private space rather than to be in a shared space. And you still see a lot of that in the space right now. But starting towards the mid to end 2014, especially early this year, there's been a huge wave of entrepreneurship that came on in China, especially with the government encouraging the 万众创业, so everyone to get in entrepreneurship. So there's been a lot of policies aiming at supporting the co-working space, as well as incubators and accelerators. And this has brought on a huge wave. The growth is actually quite phenomenal. I'm sure in Andrea's presentation earlier, the China bubbles will be huge. I think starting from earlier 2015, there's been at least 100 spaces open in Beijing alone. And this is not just unique to Beijing, because all the different municipal governments are creating huge industrial parks and giving out lots of money for co-working, people creating spaces, and for entrepreneurs. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. We'll wait to see. Because usually whenever a Chinese government gets so heavily engaged in the industry, it tends to ruin it and create a lot of market inefficiencies. But for us private entrepreneurs, we think it's definitely a great opportunity and a time to be in this space. So I'll introduce a little bit about what we're doing right now. And for us, we started in February of this year. We have a core team of mostly US educated students. Most of us went to undergrad at Cornell, and one of us was actually at Harvard GSD and one of the conference organizers. And we currently have one space based in Beijing, but we plan to, we have 3 others under construction, and so we'll hit 4 spaces by the end of the year, around 100,000 square feet with 1,000 to 1,500 seats total. And I think during running this process, the main difference we found between US and China is that in the US, when you're talking about community, which is also our focus, it's much easier to develop that just because Americans are more friendly, more outgoing, and more likely to interact with each other. Yeah. I think if you put 100 Americans in a room, leave them there for a month, at least half of them will know someone else, or most of them will probably socialize and know each other. But in China, it's not the case. If you put 100 Chinese people in a room, a month later, probably only 10 of them will know each other. And everyone else sort of just does their own thing at their own desk. And we see that at our first space, where we only have 150 seats, because we wanted to create a small enough environment where everyone can know each other. And the big difference to creating community there is that we have to take a very active approach to having people mingle with each other. And this is not just hosting events where we bring in sort of VCs or top entrepreneurs to talk to them, but it's creating a lot of social events and pairing up different groups who don't sit near each other, and placing them in environments where they're forced to mingle with each other. And we found there's actually a great need for that. It's just that people, they don't do it normally. So that's our driving philosophy for each one of our spaces. It's connecting the people within them. And so there's two series that we focus a lot on. First is called CEO Time. We make sure every single CEO know each other. They come together every 2 weeks to talk about what they've been working on and how there's areas to collaborate. And today, all of our companies have collaborated with each other, whether to do an event, to jointly promote a product, or something else. And another series is every 2 weeks, we will host social events and putting together 4 or 5 different companies or different teams together. And this way, we make sure that each company, the employees there, they know someone else from at the space. And this way, there's more sense of community. And once we get that ball going, then each center has its own culture, and it can be self-sustaining for us. And that's one big difference between US and China, so the community aspect. And the second one is sort of the government involvement. So when we're looking for new spaces, especially in second or third tier cities within China, there's a huge level of government industrial parks in sort of not downtown areas. So one example is in Chengdu. There's a huge new industrial park where the government is planning to create 2.5 million square feet of co-working spaces. And essentially the policy given out right now is that if you're a space operator, you can apply, and if you get it, you have 3 years rent-free completely. Government provides up to 300,000 US in construction stipends and an additional 200,000 US in operation stipend each year. So with things like that happening, it's very, very difficult for each space to differentiate yourself if you're going to these large industrial parks where there's going to be 20, 30 different spaces. And for us, our philosophy is that we're not looking to go to the industrial parks, but rather stay in downtown areas where even if there aren't a entrepreneur wave, then other tenants will be interested in our space. And in terms of how we make sure we can attract not only entrepreneurs, but also small to mid-sized businesses, is that we create different products within the space. They're not just open areas, but there's different rooms of different sizes. And this will provide sort of the private area that a lot of Chinese companies prefer. And the last difference, I think that's really big, is that right now, because the concept of co-working is very, very new, it's actually very tied to entrepreneurship still. And I think just in the overall landscape between the US and China, there aren't as many freelancers in China. And even with the freelancers, they're not likely to be paying for a co-working space because the price is much higher than what they would get otherwise if they just worked at home or worked in a cafe. So that there aren't that many 1 or 2 people teams within these co-working spaces. For us, the average when we started out was 4 to 5 people, but currently we're already up to 8 to 9 people. And this is after only 2 months of operating the space. I mean, this speaks testaments to how quickly our companies are growing within the space, but it also says a lot about nature of people who are using these type of spaces in China. And also because these type of spaces are attracting mostly entrepreneurs, what we have to do is we have to play the role of accelerator and incubators without taking any equity of the government. So we have mentors, we do classes, we provide different sponsorship and support, and we also help our companies apply for government-based grants. So with a combination of that, so I think overall the landscape between co-working in the US and China is very different. but I'm very optimistic about this landscape in China. And I think there will be a huge wave within the next 3 to 5 years. And thank you. Looking forward to the panel.
Wow. Getting a sense of the differences in the feeling of community is really important for coloring the future of this conversation. But last but not least, I want to introduce Chao Wang from Creic, who is a part of sharing incubation acceleration resources between mainland China and here in our hometown, Boston. Chao.
Morning, everyone. Clearly, you can see I'm from China, and also different from Randy. My team is completely local in China, so nobody has like a U.S. or Western background. So I think theoretically we should see lots of differences there. However, I see today actually we are really focusing. I see more things in common when we're running all these incubators, co-working place, or accelerators. But of course, one thing I think very unfortunate, I did not see a dot from where I am from on the map in China. But good thing is that I can at least add one more dot on your map. So, okay. So basically, I'm working here for a few months in Boston. We are right here in CIC, and Creic is China-US Business Innovation Center, and is co-founded by 3 major incubator groups in China, one from Beijing, and one from Shanghai, and one from Chengdu, where I am from. So I'm not sure if you heard of the city of Chengdu, but somehow it's a city of 14 million population. So that's, I think, is the basic difference that the Chinese incubator compare with the US ones, is the scale. So because just now I heard Dave and everybody share their opinion on all this working place. It's really about, okay, what kind of comfort space we are offering to these entrepreneurs, and what services we are offering on top of pure space, and what kind of connection platform or social platform we can offer to them, so that they can really gather a lot of resources from other companies or organizations that support their business. Basically, this is the same, but in China, we are in a much bigger scale. For example, in the incubator park where I am from, the Think Zone in Chengdu, we have a place of 3.7 million square feet, which is of course very big. And also in China, the incubators in China are very much combined business units of developer, science park operator, and also investor for all these companies. Because in China, the economy in private sector opened only, I think, roughly 1980s, after the open and reform policy in China. Now people can do private business. So basically, this is also the time that incubators appear in the world. And the first incubator happened in China also in the 1980s. So the incubators are developing on the same pace of the private economy. So we have to do everything by ourselves from zero. That is really 0 to 1. So just now in the morning, when I talked to Dave, I say when I begin our science park in China, we have nothing there. We are totally surrounded by the farm, and it's very rural area. So how you can attract people work and live here, you have to really design and set up a lot of facilities to really set them down. So we say we are basically building up 2 kind of ecosystems. I think this is the right word for many of the incubators. So one for life and one for work. So in our science park, actually, we put very much, we put a lot of resources on developing this like restaurant, dining, and even daycare. But the difference so when you have this, then you can really attract those guys here. But today, of course, China is changing so fast. Just within 20 years, our area is now very downtown, and the municipal government is right next door, and half of the 500 Fortune companies are all next door. So, but that's the reason. all this happened in the 20 years. So that's the reason that why we put so much emphasis on this also these amenities for those entrepreneurs in our science park. And more importantly, we encourage all kinds of entrepreneurs to run all this ecosystem. For example, in this Christmas, we will have a daycare, childcare center for this all these small companies. You know, normally they are at my age, they have very small kids, and they work very long hours, and they have to find somewhere to put their babies there. So, and also for this just an example, for this kind of facility, it's co-funded by us and by a professional and by one of the entrepreneurs. So by this way, we really create very strong, innovative and entrepreneurship atmosphere in our science park. And it's also a very important driving force of those entrepreneurs coming into this community, coming into this campus, and they can really find they just stay here and they can solve everything from life to work. So I think I can share more about what's happening and why we come to this shape later at the panel. And before I end this introduction, we can show a short video. It's not a fancy shooting. However, every face and everything you're seeing is right in our incubate park. And also, this film is made by one of the startups in our science park. Thank you.
平凡的一天，随着一缕朝阳开始，在这里，平凡的一天又一天，铸造着不平凡的事业。这里是天府新谷，在100亩土地上，1万名创业者，一批为创新创业服务的团队，共同创造不平凡的社会价值，更成就着1万个不同的梦想。 一个梦想，是一份坚持，重要的是踏出第一步。在路上有思想的碰撞，更有精神的陪伴。创业之路既有平川，也有险峻。他关注汽车安全，我们关注他创业的成长。 创造、激情无关乎产业，无关乎年龄，无关乎国界，只在梦想，在坚持。他们是生意的伙伴，他们是生活的朋友，他们是球场的战友，他们代表着新谷的生活方式。你的困难，他的方法，大家的机会，无阻碍的交流。 创新是我们共用的语言。你可以随时吸收正能量，你还可以随意畅谈想法。谁叫信心源自挑战？我们对丑小鸭情有独钟，孵化之后，它们会是明天的天鹅。丑小鸭变天鹅的故事，正在这里持续发生。 在这里，智慧的展现迎来了多样化的形式。它可以是这样的，是这样的，也可以是这样的。所以，做好你的坚持，其余的就交给天府新谷吧。我们是你坚强的后盾。新谷人在用这样的态度迎接未来。在这里。 你看到新谷人和他们携手建造的家园，在这里，我们诚挚地发出邀请，加入我们吧，让我们共同谱写属于时代的未来蓝图。
我相信，我们可以从这里乘风破浪，扬帆起航。
风雨同舟一路来，携手沐浴阳光下。
在这里，我们开始了我们企业发展的第一步。 一路走来， 汇聚着许多同仁们的辛苦与努力。我相信我们的企业会越走越远。
任何人都应该有自己的那份坚持，也许你的那份坚持在这里就会发现。
Fantastic. I'd like to invite all of our panelists up to the stage for a conversation. So I had primed you before about some questions, but I think actually all of your talks hit at community, in creating a sense of community or trying to activate a sense of community. And I think that is the core of the co-working accelerator incubation space overall, no matter what, regardless of whether it has a profit goal or not. I'd like to revisit that and how you think that within your space creates community, but then also how does that filter on to the neighborhood and the district around you? So I'm gonna start with an order of appearance. Dave?
I'm just thinking through that because we have buildings in so many cities, and so there's a lot of data points around, you know, the impact of the WeWork community, the sort of arrival and growth of a WeWork community in a specific district in a specific city. Generally, you know, it's a multiple of people per square foot. So you're just immediately getting more density and more vitality. And there's also, you know, there's variation in terms of the demographics, but there's probably a preponderance of young professionals. And so you're getting not just density and corresponding vitality, but you're also getting that with the overlay of, you know, kind of 20-something and 30-something professionals and they then supporting the types of businesses that they support in the neighborhood and the other type of kind of culture and so forth. So I guess the short answer is yes, it has a big impact. It probably varies a little bit in different, you know, already a real bustling center for that demographic, or in other cities where we've gone to places that maybe are a little bit of a stretch, and then we sort of help to nurture that more, you know? But in either case, it's a direct contributor to the vitality of the building and the neighborhood for sure.
So co-working as actually an instrument in a way of creating community on the ground and within space itself.
Yeah, I mean, in Boston, you know, just look at the traffic to the food trucks.
Yep.
You know, just look at if you come out of South Station on any day where the weather's half decent and there's 8 food trucks that parked there on the Greenway, you know, there's a line at every one of them. Now, that's not all the WeWork community, but WeWork has 2,000 people within, you know, a 5-minute walk. That's a big contributor to the sense of how bustling that is and so forth, and that sense of kind of place that emerges there then, for sure.
Fantastic. Trish?
So mine's a little different because it's an institution, but one, it being a center that is for all of the campus helps the campus community, but also since we are an educational program, we bring in faculty, but we also bring in practitioners, which is a key piece of our program, and the alumni of the program. So we reach out into our community because we believe that the students have not only a theory, but also a practical piece of it. And then we build those relationships with the students and with the leaders in the community. Because in our particular case, as much as we want their companies to succeed, ours is an educational mission. And so our mission is to get entrepreneurship, have them understand that. So if it isn't this company, it could be the next company, it could be the company after that. So for us, you know, that broader community, we may only be a small group, but the reach is pretty far into the community.
Randy?
Yeah, it's definitely a similar case with us. Right now, our first space is pretty small, but we see a lot of synergies with the local businesses around us. So there's a huge amount of vacancy in commercial real estate in China at the moment. So in our first space, we were actually the first tenant at the location. And because of us, because of our opening ceremony attracting people there, as well as some of our entrepreneurs within our space, we actually helped our landlord to rent out a few other spaces within their location as the nature of the partners of our entrepreneurs and some of the family friends of entrepreneurs within our space. And in addition, we definitely brought up the sales of restaurants around us. We have package deals, special deals, as well as some even apartment buildings because a lot of entrepreneurs, once they enter our space, they move to areas around it. So I think in terms of co-working, particularly in China, given the current commercial real estate landscape, it's definitely going to be a boost in terms of the land value and the community around it.
Just to tie this back to also what Dave and Trish are talking about, you guys are finding that there's a lot of value in creating these types of spaces and creating community. So the distinction is probably there between an anchor institute located and a private sector real estate development. But would you say that actually your value within your space is also creating, just before we get back to chat?
Sorry.
Would you say that the value of your space is actually increasing as a result of your presence?
Yeah, we don't own the buildings. Right. We lease them, but it certainly appears to us that the value of those properties is going up, and there have been a couple of transactions that seem to support that.
Yeah, I would say real estate is primo in Kendall Square. So we have to put up a superb product to be able to compete, and the value and the expectation continues to rise in order to gain more space. So, and I do think in the community, more people know who we are, and not only in Boston, but across the country and even across the world, because we bring in international teams.
Okay, and then Chao, you have a very special connection between China and America, and then creating a sense of community between these two places. Can you speak more to that, actually?
Yeah. I mean, just now, as I mentioned, I think community is always the keyword for our incubator in China. It's physically, we emphasize very much on this community and also on a service level. You know, in our science park, there are startups of 2 or 3 people, and they are also growing company of several hundreds or over even 1,000 or 2,000 employees already in the science park. How to interact with these companies and find their links in between. I think this is the unique value that we can provide in term compare with other offices or other kind of spaces in my area. So that is why actually our science park, I mean the value, I mean within 2 kilometers is the highest. So people are, whenever you want to start up a company, the first thing you come to, okay, I can go to this place. And you know, just now you mentioned, starting from last year, Chinese government is very, they roll out the strategy of the massive entrepreneurship and innovation. So everybody now is looking at into this industry. And because we already have this kind of community, and starting off this year, almost every 2 weeks, there are new investment companies coming into our incubator park. Because whenever you want to find all these best seeds, best entrepreneurs, best people, and also best companies, growing companies, they know where to go. I think this is basically the core value of this community. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
How long are your commitments on the part of the companies that take space with you? Are they annual leases, or are they month to month, or?
Normally on annual basis, but not for this co-working space. Yeah. Co-working space is very different. It's basically the same business model. I mean, very similar to you guys, but because we have some different co-working spaces in our science park actually, because now we are doing incubators. Incubating incubators, because also under the strategy of the Chinese government, many people I previously are doing investment or whatever they did, now they want to jump into this new business, and they come to us and they give their resources, and we put our already existing service system as our input, and we co-open this, co-fund these co-working spaces. If we do it by ourselves, I think in half a month, in half a year, I can only do like, I don't know, 3 or 5,000, 30 or 50,000 square feet. But now, because we are doing this incubator way, we, in the same time period, we already open roughly 5 times of the size I mentioned. Yeah.
Randy, you guys month to month, or are you?
We start at minimum 3 months. Yeah.
I think that's a big, so almost all of our agreements are month to month. And so we look at this like the way you would look at a SaaS software business. It's a subscription business. And that mindset of kind of how much engagement you need with the customer in a subscription business is a real departure from the mindset of engagement with the customer from a traditional real estate business. And I think that mindset is a big piece of, we're using the word community in a common way for sure, but thinking that you're running a monthly subscription business and thinking that you're running a traditional real estate business are like two extreme ends of a spectrum, and where you are on that spectrum is very material to your perspective on this conversation, I think.
It's particularly material because it'll impact actually the real estate cash flows, but also the firm's cash flows, because you pointed out earlier that actually you're helping the firm invest their own equity by actually not having these long-term structured leases.
I'll give you an example. My last company was a SaaS software company. So my recent background is I've had 3 software companies in a row, and my first career was as a film director, actually. So I liked your comment earlier about you have to be a film director to do this.
You do.
My company, I had space in Downtown Crossing. The rent was $19 a square foot. Now, average rent in Downtown Crossing in Boston is $32, $33 a square foot, something like that. So it was quite cheap. Almost 50% of market. I had 12 employees. When Hunter, who's on the next panel, was at WeWork at the time and recruited me to come to WeWork when I sold that company, and I built a spreadsheet to test the cost proposition. Surely it couldn't be cheaper than this $19 square foot space I had up the street. But when I took all the costs that I paid out of pocket there, that would have been included in my WeWork fee, my monthly subscription fee, water delivery, office cleaners, printers and other equipment, toners, et cetera, and I built those in, and I played that out in a spreadsheet over, I had a 3-year lease there. It was month 29 before $19 a month was cheaper than $600 per person per month at WeWork. I thought that was incredible, and that was only the first layer of the cost-benefit analysis, which is actual out-of-pocket expenditures. The second layer then becomes, what is the drag on productivity if I'm operating my own space, because now I'm signing for my own packages and I'm dealing with the landlord and all this kind of stuff. And then the third layer is, what is the upside of the community and the platform that I get to plug into by virtue of being in a place like...
I want to actually turn it out to the audience to start to engage a more public conversation. Do we have mic runners running around? Stand up. Yep. If you just introduce yourself and...
My name is Alex. Thank you for the speech. A quick question about the community concept is very unique and a lot of benefits we can see. However, how can you handle the security, like the access security, data security, IT security? For example, if you have 2 competitors share the same community, how do you handle that? And also, what if a hacker ran out one of the space? What is the legal risk for you? And what's really the markup value compared, you just said, do you worth the benefits in terms of doing this? All right. Thank you.
I guess I can start. For us, in terms of legal risk, partially is the membership agreement. You obviously try to protect yourself in terms of that aspect. In terms of hackers, we haven't encountered that situation. We have a public internet that's shared by everyone. But at the same time, we don't put 2 companies that are in the exact same space in the same location. So that's one way of how we keep the competition to make sure there's no internal competition within the same space, and how we keep people separate. And also in terms of physical security of items there, I mean, we have cameras everywhere, and we have a full-time employee there from 9 to 9 p.m., and we have access cards for everyone. And so we haven't had a big issue yet. We know some of our competitors in China have had, tenants there have had things stolen, but we try to do everything we can to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, so this question's a lot about risk and ecosystem creation. So actually all of you are engaged in ecosystem creation. So how do you keep competitors either together to learn from each other or to separate them? Are you mindful of this, all of you? Especially
We're transparent about it. If somebody comes in and they're in a certain space and there's somebody else in that space, we're transparent about it. But we largely let them sort of be aware and you know, make the choice if they want to be in the same building or not. You know, we have some of the similar. I mean, everything is key card access governed. In terms of the, you know, internet security and that kind of thing, there's a wireless network that everyone can be on, but then if you want to pay as a value add for a static IP or, you know, higher levels of security in your network, we can certainly facilitate that. Silicon Valley Bank, I mentioned earlier, is in our space here in Boston, so I always sort of cite them as the example. What they require for security is probably as much or more from a data security perspective than any other member that's going to come in, and so, you know, we just point to that as the example of we can meet that standard, and that becomes a custom conversation.
I think from our point of view, we pick the teams that have come in, so we try to get a diverse group, but we do deal with the previous groups that may or may not have competitive overlap, and we are mindful of that. We have card access, but we also have all the ramen noodles, oatmeal, and coffee and Soylent that they can consume. So since that's available, there's a lot of card access. But as far as one thing that we do, it's an educational accelerator. So our biggest problem isn't necessarily each other, it's the venture capital people who want access to MIT teams early. So students come in at the beginning and start their accelerator in June 1st, and they can't talk really to the VCs until the end of the program. We do demo day, and then we do demo day in Boston, we do it in New York, and we do it in San Francisco, and that is the unveiling of the teams. But prior to that, we try to keep the venture capital angel and out of it. That's probably our biggest issue.
Interesting. Ciao?
I'm still talking about the security. I mean,
yeah, no, I mean, I think what it's actually talking about is creating this sense of security around creating an ecosystem. And so there's actually, Trish points out there's different stakeholders that we need to insulate in different situations. I think speaking to the audience, they really care about whether or not.
Well, I mean, physical security is much easier. You know, we hire people and we have systems, and there are 80 safeguards in our side part. So this, I think, should be fine. And in terms of cybersecurity or things like this, we normally have the third-party service providers. We are not directly doing this. For example, companies like AWS, they are talking with us, and they are willing to offer their product and services to our startups in our science parks for free, and hoping that when they grow up, they will still keep on their service, and by that time they can charge. So we have lots of connections to these kind of third parties, and we are not really doing it by ourselves. So I think legally should be fine. And
so it seems like you guys have this covered. You're really thinking about that. You're thinking about the ecosystem and protecting the people within. Any other questions? Lots of good questions. I see. Oh.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Benjamin. I'm from the GSD Real Estate Program. I see this co-working spaces like a very good platform for innovation, for entrepreneurials, for incubation of new ideas. But I have a question in terms of long-term trends. Do you think, what is your opinion on like more conservative kind of spaces for example, law firms, financial institutions? Do you think they are going to eventually adopt this kind of spaces?
My perspective is that these kinds of spaces increase the agility in your business, and the more Darwinian the competitive environment becomes, the more that agility is going to be properly valued by the leadership of any company. So there will always be some companies for whom they want to be in a more traditional space, perhaps for reasons of security, and perhaps, appropriately. But increasingly, the share of the pie of businesses that think differently about their space and look for ways that their space decisions can increase the agility they have in terms of managing their business in a very fluid time, that's going to be a larger share of the pie.
I think one thing, prior to MIT, I was at IBM, and IBM moved everybody home. And now the problem is because they didn't want to have real estate holdings. Now the issue is they want to bring them back, but they don't want to own the space. So when you all were speaking, I'm thinking this is a much better, more flexible approach, project-based and things like that, that I think companies will start looking at that.
It's one of the things we see, by the way. IBM is in our space. Liberty Mutual is in our space. Toyota's in our space. I mean, they're all dipping a toe in the water there. So.
And I completely agree with what's been said. I think another point is just the design aspect of co-working spaces, especially with you from a GSD background. I think with co-working, I know WeWork has private spaces as well as open labs. I think the shift towards having more and more private spaces will be increasingly apparent, especially with larger companies coming into these spaces. So one of our new space, we actually have a 6,000 square feet private space within it to accommodate a company that has over 150 people. So when you have that, a large company can have a space like that within a large co-working space. I think it's very beneficial for these companies.
Well, I think for us, this is basically not a problem because only a fraction of this very big scale is co-working place, and the rest is anyway private.
Yeah, there's a lot of differentiation also within this space already. So there's new incubators that are specifically catered towards robotics or towards chemistry and bioinformatics. And because of that, they can create lab spaces that are particularly curated for their sector. And as a result, a lot of these firms that used to incubate or think about having a large-scale biochem structure are saying, well, why would I actually engage in the cost? But that's a transformation of actually this space already, or after like 5 to 7 years in the marketplace. Another great question. How about right there?
Hi, my name's Andrew. You've talked a lot about the benefits of ecosystems, and on a larger scale, obviously it plays out and it works. It's Silicon Valley being close to customers and investors and everything else. Do you see a downside in an ecosystem being so tight? And I'm asking this question more from personal experience at co-working spaces in Atlanta and in Durham, where they become almost social clubs, and it's cool to be an entrepreneur and people hang out at the food and coffee areas but don't seem to get much work done.
Everybody comes in, there's like a standard joke I hear like 5 times a week when somebody comes in and says, oh my God, you have unlimited beer on tap, like that must be a disaster. And the answer is, it's not. I mean, we have, like say at our South Station building, we have almost 2,000 people there. We go through like 8 kegs a week or something. It's not, and by the way, we have an event almost every night where 100 people come in, and that's still all that we're going through. So, no, I found this, I'm also an alumnus of Mass Challenge, which is a big accelerator. My last company was there, and I found in these places a bit like what you were saying culturally in China. Your experience that you described in Atlanta and Durham is different than my experience anyways, which has been that the community of people tend to be a little bit biased toward introverts because there's a lot of tech entrepreneurs there. It's maybe a little bit of a preponderance of introverts. It's a very hardworking, very ambitious group. And so, there are some posers. There are some posers around that are hanging around by the beer kegs. Yeah, there's a few. But it's just not the group. It's just not who's there. And when you do get somebody who's using the ping pong table too early in the afternoon and distracting people from actually getting work done, we just talk to them. So we don't see those downsides. It's an interesting question. It's just not something that we see.
We have 5 conference rooms, small conference rooms that students can use and rent. They just get online and it's totally run by them. And then a video conference. And then we have these phone booths that they can do primary market research. So if you really want your space But in a student organization, it's much easier. I mean, there's lots of places on campus that they can go, but it's the collaboration piece and the learning in at least our center from each other that is far outweighs any downside.
Yeah, I think there's definitely not any downside, particularly in China, just because the startup environment is extremely cutthroat. I think the standard startup works at least 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. I think most of the companies within our space, they're working 14, 15 hours a day for 6 to 6.5 days a week. So it's having occasional time for them to socialize with others is actually very beneficial for employee morale as well as company morale.
I'd add one thing too, which is probably the best way to sort of reduce the number of posers in the overall community is to how much money you charge. You know, like the more skin in the game people have to be there, the more they're going to really buckle down and sort of contribute to the community and so on.
Well, I think for us, I mean, of course there are advantages and downsides, and I accept both. The problem is how if you see this is a downside, and what else we can offer to overcome with it. So if you don't want to expose yourself too much in the ecosystem, and we have also other products. For example, now this year we launched the startup apartment. And it's a combined working place and living place, and it's in very small units. And if you don't want to be in the ecosystem, you just stay here, and it's on monthly basis. And you can also combine your costs for those early startups of the living and your working. So I think it's just what kind of product you choose from this total offering.
So it's flexible, incentive compatible, community oriented, well-designed spaces. All right. One more question from the audience. Thank you. Oh.
Hi, my name is Mark. So I have a question regarding the margin of this industry. So basically, this industry is by have the conventional real estate business, then adding a lot of other service to it. So my question, I assume that this industry will have a higher margin than the conventional business. And how much higher? And does it correlate with the kind of like a value that you provide to the service? And could you also identify usually what is the core value of this kind of co-working space or incubator space? So that's my question.
The last question, you mean monetary value, or you mean?
Any value, like usually I assume that in the marketplace, for example, in USA here, you would have some competitor, and among those a competitor, usually like how you differentiate yourself, what kind of additional value beyond what is commonly found in the marketplace, already there's value there, and what differentiate you. So there's two parts, I suppose. One is the margin difference between this kind of arrangement with a conventional business, and second is the core value and how you differentiate by beyond those core value, you have additional value. So,
for me, you know, I'm an operator sort of at the front lines level, so I don't know what the difference on margins is. I can tell you we have strong margins. We don't share exactly what they are exactly relative to traditional real estate margins. I couldn't say. It's just not my area of focus. In terms of the differentiating sort of part of the proposition, it's largely qualitative. I mean, you know, we could get down to, you know, like a comparison chart of we do this, they do that, but I think it's largely qualitative. I think it's largely about when you go to a WeWork anywhere in the world, you know you're in a WeWork. You understand this community, you feel at home in it. You know, we as a business need to deliver on three things. One, we need to deliver on this promise of community at an exceptional level. Again, that's about how we design the space, it's about how we staff and activate, it's about what we do digitally. The second thing, we need to deliver on the physical experience of the space and do that with the obsessive mindset of a boutique hotel operator. And then the third is really about, you know, very aggressive growth goals that allow us to invest back into the first two at an unprecedented rate. So that's how I think about the business, and you know, I would say that bigger is not just different. Bigger is not just bigger. Bigger is actually different. For example, you know, I mean, you want about valuations. We've raised at this point $1 billion of capital. You know, we don't talk about it publicly, but if you Google it, then you'll see that rumor has it the last financing was at a $10 billion valuation. So sort of going to your question about how does this get valued, that's sort of some inputs on that. But it allows us really to think on a scale that is in sync with a paradigm shift as opposed to a scale that is reflective of a local market real estate play.
I think this question is really hitting at value differentiation. So how are you different? So I think you answered it very well, but I think for the remaining three participants, I think talking about how you're going to differentiate yourself in terms of value to your tenants, who are these entrepreneurs, going further. And this is really in line with what we're trying to do here. So how is your space going to dynamically change to serve entrepreneurship today and beyond?
So in my particular case, we are increasing 50%. We have decided that we needed a different layout of the space, better function, better use, and so that we can also fit more people in. But ours is also about how do we bring more education, application, speakers in, those kind of things. So it's more, how does the space accommodate those kind of goals that we have going on?
Optimization, okay.
Yeah, for us, in terms of value, I think any sort of real estate play, the first thing is definitely location. And it's more so in China than the US, just because, I mean, Chinese cities are much larger population, and much harder to get around. For example, from our space in CBD in Beijing to get to Zhongguancun, a hotbed of startups in Beijing, it takes, during normal rush hour, it takes an hour and a half to 2 hours by car. So when you have things like that, so location plays a very huge key, but that's the first layer. Once they're interested in the location, then it becomes a lot more what Dave said, sort of the soft aspect of what your space is offering. You could take a comparison chart of all the different services you offer compared to everyone else, but very few people make a decision based on that. It's about whether they feel friendly, they feel like there's a great atmosphere, or they've heard good things about the space. And I think that's the key aspect of any sort of co-working's value.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also more waiting to talk about value rather than margin, you know. Yeah, I mean, as a real estate, I think the building itself, there's a very limited value. It's just depending on what you embedded into this building. So it's the ecosystem and it's the service we are providing. For example, just like this morning we mentioned, for all these growing small companies, if we want to get loan from the bank, it's in China, there is no chance because they don't have any assets. You don't have any assets, you get nothing from the bank in China. That's basically the rule. But as the operator, and we also own this property, we are also developer, and we can sponsor them with a strategic partnership banking also in our science park. And they can get this loan for these companies and under our sponsorship. So these are an example of what kind of content service value you add onto this building itself. For example, we also have other activities like tomorrow evening in the CIC, there are 15 companies from my science park in Chengdu. They are flying over from Washington today. And we have some, their counterparts, we invite also some other companies in the US to really have a party with them and exchange what they are doing. And by the way, one team, Wubo, is also joining tomorrow evening with the team, and they are doing this smart toy. Yeah. Okay. So we are creating all these opportunities that add the value to these buildings. So that's why our science park, as I mentioned, so you can also find this on margin. At the end, people are willing to pay more to join your community.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for teaching us about urban change, community, and the ultimate exercise in efficient tenant programming. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. We'll have a short break since we're running late. We'll have about 15 minutes short break. Our next session starts at 11. We'll start by a presentation by Mr. Hunter Perry. And after that, we're really seeing this value created by this real estate space, since we are 4 exciting teams presenting their own startup project that start from a real estate space, but also has something to do with the element of real estate in their business. Thanks, and have enjoyed some food outside, and see you soon. Okay. Can I invite everyone to be seated? Oops. Hello? Hello? I would like to invite everyone to be seated. Our next session is starting soon. Thank you. So I think we really had an amazing time in the first session talking about co-working space and how we can capture the value generated from real estate space. And this session, we are going to really see that value by introducing startup companies and entrepreneurs, and which is pretty amazing. I would first like to introduce Mr. Hunter Perry. He actually, it's a coincidence, like we actually met on LinkedIn because we are organizing these events as students, so I sent Hunter an email, and magically Hunter just replied me saying, hey, I'm excited about these events, and there he is. And this is really exciting how internet connects people, and it's amazing to also through the way understand that Hunter came all the way through Mass Challenge, WeWork, and he's also recently joined an amazing startup company called Campus. It's also a real estate startup company. So as an experienced industry leaders, I would invite Hunter to talk about real estate and startup ecology. Thank you.
Thank you. Real estate is the backbone of the world's strongest communities and companies. It's the never-ending monument of every person and company that has come before. Within it, the world's most innovative organizations congregate and collaborate to build products and services that change how we live and work every day. Real estate does not only have a huge impact on the success of startups and innovation communities around the world, but entrepreneurs around the world have built some of the world's most successful new products and services to help support the industry that we are all here to celebrate. My name is Hunter Perry, and I'm looking forward to sharing my experience on how real estate affects the startup ecosystem and how the startup ecosystem affects real estate. First, a little bit about myself. I started my career selling condominiums and renting apartments here in Boston while in college, and spent some time in Beijing where I got the opportunity to work for Jones Lang LaSalle, which is one of the largest commercial real estate brokerages. After a few failed attempts at starting my own business, I worked for Mass Challenge, which is the largest startup accelerator in the world, and then was brought on by WeWork, where I was given the challenge to launch, grow, and manage the Boston operations. At the time when I started at WeWork, we were just a collection of 7 co-working spaces in New York, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, with dreams to grow into the largest community of innovators in the world. Now WeWork is made up of 51 co-working spaces in 17 cities and has roughly 35 members. Don't quote me on those exact numbers. It's tough to keep up. Since managing the Boston operation, I've spent the past few years helping open new markets around the world. Just last week, I actually made a transition to a new role, helping to grow a company called Compass. Similar to WeWork, Compass is a fast-growing real estate company that's disrupting residential real estate brokerage, but I'll get into that later. Over the years, office space for startups has changed drastically. Location, layout, amenities, and design have proven to be the key factors in creating strong culture within a startup organization. Now that the startup world has become a huge war over talent, primarily technical talent, if startups fail in any of these areas, they likely lose this talent war. Also, startups are keen on ensuring employee retention and full productivity out of their young employees, and they leverage their real estate strategy to achieve this. Here's what startup space used to look like. It was likely located in a suburban office park easily accessible to executives' homes, but a long commute for younger talent. It is filled with depressing cubicles and has a dull design. Most companies didn't have to worry about amenities like they do today. Younger talent was really just driven to these companies by a paycheck. Here's what typical startup space looks like now. The key attributes are location, layout, amenities, and design. For location, startups want an easy commute for younger employees living in urban areas. They want access to public transportation, bike storage, and parking, and be close to popular bars, gyms, and restaurants. For layout, they want to be in an open and collaborative space. Since it's expected that team members work late hours on tough projects, employees want to be more social with their coworkers. For amenities and design, it has become the norm for startups in major cities to have free lunch, beer on tap, ping pong, snacks, and close access to gyms. Design needs to be comfortable, upbeat, and inviting to help create an energy where employees feel like they're really just hanging out. Investing in making space feel like home will result in employees happily working longer hours. Now, the big dilemma that I've seen in startup space is these young companies want it all. They want perfectly located space with beautiful design and great amenities. They want it cheap, they want it fast, and they want it on flexible terms. Obviously, as you know, it doesn't work that way in traditional office space. Tenants need to pay for the quality of space and location that they want to work in. And large developers rarely agree to lease terms on agreements of less than 3 years. Co-working spaces like WeWork, where I used to work, have popped up all around the world to bridge this gap. The typical model of co-working spaces, which we've already spent a lot of time discussing, I'll try to keep it brief, is to execute long-term leases, often 10 to 20 years, subdivide it, create an upbeat atmosphere, which includes all-inclusive amenities like coffee, beer, Wi-Fi, utilities, furniture, and conference rooms. By sacrificing square footage per employee, startup teams are able to reap most of the benefits that they desire. WeWork has found a niche in this space by not only providing beautiful space, but by giving members access to a community of nearly 35,000 innovators through events, free access to office space throughout the world, digital tools, and benefits like decreased health insurance prices. In a study done on co-working by Fast Company and Forbes, here's some proof on how co-working is working. 92% of people are satisfied in their co-working space. 91% of people have better interaction with other after co-working. 50% of these companies have reported higher incomes. Only 30% of people within co-working spaces actually work normal business hours, and 78% of coworkers are under the age of 40. It's pretty obvious from this proof, as well as the group that went before, that my generation wants to work this way. Many startups, like WeWork, have seen the opportunity to disrupt different areas within the real estate industry that have not become innovated into today's standards. Real estate tech companies are on target to raise $1.5 billion in venture capital in 2015 alone. And bear in mind, this number does not include behemoths like Airbnb and WeWork, who are obvious real estate disruptors. I'll give you a few examples of some of these startups. VTS is a platform that allows commercial landlords and brokers to keep track of current and prospective tenants across large portfolios. Landlords track how their space performs and zeroes in on inefficiencies, while brokers can help landlords market available space, find new tenants, and keep track of deals all within the cloud. They've currently raised roughly $32 million at roughly an $100 million valuation. Honest Buildings is basically the LinkedIn for real estate professionals. It's a web platform that connects developers, landlords, engineers, architects, and designers. They've raised roughly $17.25 million to date. Fundrise is a leading real estate development crowdfunding platform, is the leading real estate development crowdfunding platform here in the US. They allow both accredited and non-accredited investors to invest in development projects and have raised roughly $44 million to date. And now the best of them all, where I currently work, Compass. We are a technology-driven platform that is building the future of residential real estate. Compass feels that real estate agents are the gatekeepers to buyers, renters, and investors' access to real estate all around the world. Compass found that the top ways to advance current methods are through providing real estate agents with analytical tools to be the smartest advisors possible, also providing agents with the best systems in support so that they can spend as much time possible with clients rather than working on administrative tasks, and providing agents with amazing web and mobile platforms to generate the most possible leads. So that's exactly what we've built. We see a huge opportunity to improve the residential real estate market around the world. We're doing this by starting with owner and operated real estate agencies. We currently have offices in Boston, New York, Miami, the Hamptons, and DC, and we'll be growing into all of the luxury cities within the US over the next 2 years. We consider a luxury city essentially a place where there's a Goldman Sachs office or a Chanel boutique. We will then license our technology and platform to agencies in non-luxury cities under a white-labeled agreement. After we do that, we will then use our data analytics tools to become the Bloomberg of real estate. We will be the place where real estate professionals like developers, mortgage brokers, and real estate attorneys go to acquire all of the necessary data to make intelligent real estate decisions. We're backed by $125 million in funding at an $800 million valuation from a diverse and strategic group of top investors. These come from the venture capital world, like Goldman Sachs and Founders Fund, who's behind Facebook. Top real estate developers like LeFrak and Rudin, and strategic investors like Condé Nast and the family behind Amex and Salesforce. Essentially, this investment allows us to be very selective on who we bring on, both as top real estate agents go and bringing on employees, and to help us continue to build out the best in-class tools within the real estate industry. Compass sees real estate brokerage as an advisory industry just like investment banking or mortgage or management consulting. Investment banks like Goldman Sachs and consulting firms like McKinsey are succeeding over competitors because they have invested heavily in building technology to provide clients with the most sophisticated data to be the smartest person in the room. We've done this in real estate and provide these tools to our real estate agents for free. To give you an example of one of these tools, this is our valuation tool. We've ripped a page out of the investment banker's handbook, or the investment banker's handbook, where we take four key metrics, which we call the football field approach, to get a real value on a home. These metrics include comparable analysis, building analysis, property analysis, and rent versus buy. We made this in a very easily comprehensive platform and format, and very simple for our agents to create and send to clients within minutes. Our Smart Comparables is another great tool that we provide our agents. This graph takes the historical data from similar properties and gives an accurate reading on how long a property will remain on the market if the price changes and when they should put it on the market. The support that is provided to agents is unheard of in the industry. We attracted talent from top institutions from all around the world, focused on engineering, marketing, finance, and consulting, and real estate, and have them go to work for our agents. The goal in investing in this talent is to provide agents with the support that will allow them to focus solely on producing more business, and it's working very well. Because of this, we have achieved 100% retention from our agents, who are all top producers within the industry, increase their business by an average of 30% per year, and create a better experience for thousands of people acquiring real estate around the country. Feel free to reach out to me at any time. My email is hunter@compass.com, and thank you for having me today.
Sure. Would like to open 2 to 3 questions to the public. If anyone want to ask some question about.
Yes. Sure. Absolutely, yeah. There are definitely a lot of tools that are trying to be built in the space. How we differentiate is we have over 40 engineers working out of our headquarters in New York that have built algorithms to pull data from multiple sources rather than most companies, which typically take data from one source and are able to clean that data and provide more in-depth feedback for agents who can then give to their clients in a very clean and easily understandable way. And this currently is only for residential. However, there's certainly possibilities to get into the commercial industry in the future. Any other questions? Yes? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I just have one question for you. How do you compare yourself with some other like brokerage platforms like Zillow, like StreetEasy? And are your target customers agents or instead of like tenants?
So right now, our target customers are agents. So we actually build owned and operated agencies in the cities that we go into. So really as I was saying before, we see agents as the gatekeepers for the real estate industry, and we really want to provide them with the tools so that they can be best at their job, and we do that through building these tools. Unlike software platforms like Zillow, we're not selling to agents. We have agents in-house, and we're providing them with these tools for free.
Last question.
Is there a common information model that you use for real estate that will help you integrate with the different sources of information that you have?
We have built a proprietary software to essentially bring data together that's already public, but just from multiple sources. It's what's difficult is actually bringing multiple source data together and cleaning it out versus, for instance, in what's typical in a lot of cities like Massachusetts, all real estate agents get their data from a source called MLS, the Multiple Listing Service. We're able to not only use that data, but use historical data from several different databases and pull it all together. In New York City, they happen to not use MLS, and different agencies use different platforms. We take all of those platforms and bring them into one system.
All right. Thanks, Harry, for your amazing presentation. So when I introduced Campus as a startup, it's actually a very big startup since they're already evaluated at 800 million. So right now, I actually want to invite four relatively young startups. They're either in their fundraising period or they just finished their first round. So I would invite Su Qi from Modelo and Kai Liao from Smarking, Hazir from Morphlab, and Michael from Spice. If you guys can come here and be seated. Thank you. So if you still remember the last panel, Trish talked about how she's running this startup program, MIT Global Founder Skill Accelerator. We have actually 3 teams out of 4 came out from MIT. Which is
Harvard.
yeah, Kai Smarking is from GFSC last year, and Hazir and Michael is this year. And fortunately, I'm also part of this program, working on my startup as well. And Su Qi is our friend from Harvard Graduate School of Design. He's also an amazing designer as well as an entrepreneur. So I would just give the stage to them to let them start with, to talk the story about their product and companies. First,
let's
Sushi.
do that.
Yeah.
Turn my turn. My stuff over there. Hello? Hello? Yeah. I see lots of familiar faces here. So I'm Suki. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Modelo. Our vision is to revolutionize the CAD industry by bringing joy and efficiency to 3D design. So I was an architect before I started Modelo. And I used to use all different kinds of 3D modeling software. And every day I need to talk with my boss, who are actually here yesterday giving a keynote speech, and to our clients as well as engineers and fabricators. But there's one problem. They all have different software knowledge. For example, my boss over there, he rarely uses 3D modeling software. So there's no way for him to view the design or give feedback on it directly. So instead, I have to use email to communicate with all of them about all the issues every day. So back then, my typical daily workflow was like this. So first, I need to do the screen captures about the design or development in my local software, compile them into a single PDF, and send it over to my boss via email. And on his side, he then needs to print it out, mark up on every single one of them, and then scan them and send it back to me by email again. And this process didn't just happen between my boss and I, but also between the engineers and I, as well as between the clients and I. And there's no way for us to archive, to search, to manage, or to organize all the conversations just by using email. So I started to think, what can we do? And how can we solve this problem? And it turned out there are already solutions out there that can solve this problem for the other industry pretty well. But there's one thing missing, which is quite essential for our industry, that is 3D. So we learned from Slack, from GitHub, from eVision, and we took the chance to fundamentally rethink about the entire workflow of our industry. And we built Modelo. So Modelo is a web-based design collaboration and workflow management platform for CAD users. And if you think about it, what we are building here is a horizontal neutral layer that sits in the middle that can handle all the information from all different kinds of 3D modeling software, digest the information, and deliver the information to the industries that highly rely upon CAD softwares for creations. And also because of this layer that we are building, that in the future, we can integrate it with the new 3D technology that can further help our users to better design, better construct, and better experience. So 10 months ago, I was here giving a pitch about this idea to some investors. And later on, we got funded. And today, I'm back. I almost feel like I'm here back to submit my assignment. So without further ado, let me show you what we have done in the last several months. So first, since all the contents that our user upload are highly visual oriented, so we want to make sure they look great. So whatever they uploaded here, we want them to be gorgeous. And they can also use this commenting tool to present their idea to the others. And talking about communication, we have built so many tools that can be seamlessly embedded into their workflow that can empower them to better communicate with their engineers, with their clients. And we know not everyone can handle a 3D modeling interface. So we have built this tool that is so easy for the designer to generate a curated path and so intuitive for the viewer to walk through and experience the 3D creation. Last but not the least, the performance and the compression algorithm of our platform are so well engineered. So the user can visualize a gigantic and complex model directly in the browser. In fact, they can upload the entire real estate development here and then interact and communicate with the other stakeholders in real time. So that's us via Modelo and we are in beta now. You can sign up to get invited at our website at www.modelo.io. Thank you.
All right. So I guess now it's my turn. Let's go to our side first. So basically, we are SmartKey. What do? We provide enterprise software to the parking industry. So we help the parking operators to improve their operations and achieve more revenues. So that will benefit not only the parking professionals themselves, but also benefit the property owners who own the office buildings, who own the residential buildings, but at the same time have their parking lots underneath. So that's what we do. So first thing, we help them to improve the operations, get more revenue. Yes. And the second part, just hold on for now. Right. And the second part, during the transaction process of buying and selling properties, we help them in the due diligence process to let them know the exact value that they should charge during these transactions. And after the acquisition, what you can do, what are the levers you can pull to improve your revenues. That's what we do. So all the story starts 4 years ago from here at MIT, when my friend first got here and thought he can got a new car and got excited, but only to find when he drove to Boston to go to a good date with some pretty girl maybe, after he find it takes him 45 minutes to find a place to park. He missed the date, he missed everything. So that's the time that we find that we should do something for the parking industry. So 2 years now, and we have raised our funds, and we're in San Francisco right now, and expanding fast. And let's see what we have done. Let's take a look at our video.
Analytics for parking. Emerging data technologies are changing everything in the world, but parking has been left behind. Finding a parking space is a daily challenge to more than half of the US population, and managing parking resources is even more painful. The data from existing infrastructures and millions of parking spaces can make parking less painful for both consumers and for businesses. By integrating parking data with information such as traffic, weather, events, holidays, and flight schedules, SmartKey provides accurate, real-time, and predictive parking information. This data allows businesses to generate more revenue, better manage their staff, and people like us will spend less time looking for parking and more time on meaningful things. Not to mention, the quicker we find parking, the less emissions we produce. With over 600 million parking spaces in the US and close to 3 billion worldwide, there is a clear path for SmartKey to make a change. The future of parking is closer than it's ever been. SmartKey, data analytics for parking.
All right, this is who we are, and definitely looking forward to talking to more of you later on. And if you have more questions, let me know. Thank you.
Cool. Hello. Okay, good morning. So actually it's funny because my team at MorphLab and I started in this very same building. And the way we started is by thinking about real estate, as we are doing in this conference. And we started thinking that, if we think about real estate, architecture, design, and if we think about interior spaces, we've been doing the same for quite a long time, almost forever. So when we think about how we design spaces, this is how we think about them. We think about how we lay them out, how we relate to them. We think about bedrooms and living rooms, offices. Actually, if we were to spot the difference between these two architectural plans, I'm sure you wouldn't have problems finding a slight difference. But what if I told you that the biggest difference here is that they're 2,000 years apart? The one on the left is my parents' home back in Spain, The one on the right belonged to a Roman Empire captain. Bottom line of the story, we've been doing the same for quite a long time. And the problem is that Romans didn't have the challenges we have today. We are kicking out of our cities, New York, Boston, San Francisco, Shanghai, Beijing. We are kicking out of those cities the very people those cities need to remain globally competitive. The young, the entrepreneurs, the creative class. And this is terrible. And you know what is the solution nowadays? Let's shrink spaces. Let's try to force people to live in tiny, conventional shoebox prison cells. No one wants to live in those spaces. What are other current solutions? Either one-off expensive apartment prototypes that do not really scale to commercial real estate development, or things like the Murphy bed, which has been there since the times of my grandparents' house, and it's now being used for micro-unit developments. Remember, this was not imagined for daily use. This was for guests. So we are imagining a world in which furniture has superpowers. Because we believe that the only way of making a space truly act as if it was twice or 3 times bigger is through robotics. So think about those tables, beds, closets, walls that could move effortlessly as if they were weightless and transform the space on demand. Think about those systems being connected. So the Internet of Things is not anymore about just lights and thermostats and watches, but also about the things that really give personality to your spaces. Think about those systems, understanding the environment and being able to talk to other smart devices to really create groundbreaking new applications for the smart home. Yeah, this is me. And by the way, this prototype was built just a floor below where we are right now. Let's go to the next slide. Now the problem is, great ideas, new concepts, new technologies. How do we disrupt one of the least, I'm sorry for saying this, but one of the least innovative industries out there, which is real estate? Let me tell you how we do it. We do it step by step. We start with systems that can be installed in real apartments, existing real apartments. Things like, could be built like an IKEA piece of furniture, built it into an existing unit, plug it in, and it just creates rooms on demand. Now think about how we could take that to new apartments, in which architects had a blank canvas, so they can actually design and optimize the units so that they can integrate more of these systems. And actually think about how these systems, how these homes could be created the same way we create our mobile phones, our computers, our cars, the same way we customize them in the factory and build like Lego blocks into site. This is not science fiction. We are creating scalable components like the garage door opener that we all know that can allow us to create endless product possibilities that could adapt to different users, like young, elderly, yeah, that's me, and working class families, but also different spaces, like offices, hotels, homes. So let me tell you that actually we are creating an alpha program. We are building 3 of these apartments here in Boston in the next few months. We are going to be going to DC, New York in the spring. So please stay in touch. Feel free to contact after this, and really happy to discuss some ideas with you. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Michael. I'm with Spice, and Spice is changing the way that restaurants interact with real estate. Let me show you how. This is the Spice Kitchen, and it's the world's first completely automated restaurant. So inside the Spice Kitchen, we've developed technology that allows it to cook a wide variety of meals with absolutely no human involvement. We can cook things like stir-fry, rice dishes, pasta dishes, and even some warm salads and desserts. The unit has an array of sensors to actively control the temperature and the quantity of the meal, so that your meal is cooked perfectly every single time. You can even customize your meal, select different sauces and ingredients, and there's never a possibility for human error. It also cleans itself, so it doesn't require an employee there to clean it every day. You can think about it kind of like a refrigerator, a dishwasher, a stovetop, and a chef, all packed into one machine, which is our Spice Kitchen. And this is not just some prototype that we have in the lab. This is real. And just a few weeks ago, we showed it to the public for the very first time, and we served our very first meals. And the public reaction was incredible. So the footage you're seeing here is from the demo day that we had as part of the GFSA program a few weeks ago. As you can tell, we designed the machine to be as open-facing as possible. We want our customers to be able to see their meals being cooked right in front of their eyes. So they not only know exactly what went in their meal, but they also know that it is extremely fresh and cooked to order. So, how do you, the customer, interact with it? Use your smartphone to check out the menu, select what you want, and then hit order. Your credit card is automatically billed, and you'll get a notification a few minutes later when it's ready. You walk over, you scan a QR code, and boom, you've got your hot, fresh meals. No employees required. We operate from a centralized industrial location where all the raw ingredients are carefully prepared. Our trucks then go around the city, servicing and restocking the kitchens, getting them ready for the new day. So at this point, you might be thinking, wait a second, why are we talking about food? I thought this is a real estate conference. Well, the cool thing about Spice is that our Spice kitchens can go anywhere with 20 square feet of space and hungry customers. So when you think about real estate and you think about all the different kinds of real estate, you've got your apartment buildings, office locations, shopping malls, train stations, and even street locations. These are all places that a Spice kitchen can go. And some of these places, if you think about like small corporate offices or apartment buildings, these are places where other restaurants can't go because we only take up 20 square feet of space. We're also open 24 hours a day because we don't require on-site employees. We're initially targeting universities because we can offer students hot, fresh meals when and where they're not currently available. So think about remote campus locations like dorms, department buildings, places that don't have any nearby food options, maybe places where there isn't enough space to put a full restaurant. During late night hours when all the other restaurants are closed, and to replace or complement existing grab-and-go locations. So these are the kind of meals that are currently available at these kinds of locations, and these are the kinds of meals that we can offer in these locations. We've already established relationships with Northeastern, BU, and Bentley, all in Boston, who are all interested in doing a pilot with us. We're a team of engineers, and we nickname ourselves the Spice Boys. We have an advisory board with experts in food technology and real estate. We are pre-seed, we're pre-funded. We are raising in the spring. So if you're interested, please get in touch. We're not only changing the way real estate interacts with restaurants, we're also revolutionizing fast food. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for the amazing demo. Even though I think I know all your product, but I'm still amazed by these presentations. So it's the first time I think I'm kind of crazy to put these two companies together because actually if you think about it, none of these companies are real estate companies in our traditional sense. But however, all their business have somewhat to do with real estate, right? If we think about it, especially. And also, especially with Hasir, I think his project is heavily engaged with real estate developers, but it's kind of fun that we just started talking about how the real estate class can teach us real estate last week, or 2 weeks ago, that Hasir really starting to learn real estate at MIT. So I would like to start a question asking you, so how you all introduced, well, you probably not all, but somehow introduced how you come up with the idea. So I'm wondering what's the experience do you have with dealing with real estate? So when does the real estate become an element in your business, and how do you think about it? If I can start with Suchi.
Well, as I said, for me, because I was architect, so we always, negotiate and communicate with all these real estate developers, for sure, because we have to build buildings for them, right? So, and then there comes the problem over there that sometimes we just cannot understand each other, or by sending over emails and back and forth, we lose information. So in a way, I think we are almost proactive for the real estate problem, because we can help them to avoid many of the problems, the mistakes, before they even get it built. You know what I mean? So then I realized, oh, okay, so this is not only for institutional building, but also for anything that you can build with the software, basically.
So for us, the connections between Sparking and real estate come to the time that we start to find our customers. When we have the product, we think about parking, but who are paying? We try the different kind of customers, hotels, governments, airports, and we find at a later stage that the property owners are actually one of our best customers. So then that's when we start really work closely with property owners to pitch them to our ideas, to let them know they can improve their revenue through our services. So that's why we connect to them. And even at a later stage, we start to notice that during a real estate transaction process, they want to know how much they should pay. And the parking industry is such an underserved industry that even the parking professionals, a lot of time, don't know what the revenue should be or what they can do. So that's also comes to a time during the real estate transaction process where we come in. So in short, during the process, we find our customers, we find our market. That's when we come together with the real estate world.
To Kun's point, our relationship with real estate was interesting because we took a very media lab approach, which is if you want to disrupt the real estate, you start with people that don't know anything about real estate. The same thing, when you want to disrupt the car industry, like I don't know if you remember the city car, the collapsible electrical, they started with people that didn't know anything about cars. And that's why you get that fresh point of view. Of course, you have to start engaging people that know about real estate, and that's how we get connected to people like Kun and Marwan. But we started like that, and we realized that the reason real estate or architecture hadn't innovated enough, for example, on the design and development of small spaces is because the new tools like robotics had been traditionally out of their reach. So we said, what if we could combine the world of engineering and architecture and real estate to actually create something new? But our approach was kind of a little bit different in that sense.
Yeah, I'd say when we started out, we did not realize we'd have a relationship with real estate. But it was very quickly when we tried to find our first locations, who's willing to do a pilot, who's willing to let us move in, as we realized that there was this opportunity in real estate, which is everybody wants to be close to a restaurant, and everyone wants their restaurant to be open all the time, 24 hours, and everybody wants their restaurant to be healthy and fresh and all that. And we realized there was an opportunity there to fulfill a need in real estate. As to what we've done so far in real estate, it's been quite a challenge. Finding the correct people to reach out to actually get our machines into these places. So that's really our relationship. It's still new, and we're still figuring it out.
Yeah, I would say all this company, including Campus, as Hunter presented, it's all about increasing the efficiency of the way we work with how we dwell on the space. And so that's one perspective. All these companies are impacting real estate industry or disrupting. Another way to echo our previous panel is about the co-working space. I want to ask all these panelists, what's your experience with co-working space and accelerator? And of course, we experience the same thing. And how do you imagine your future working space would be? Just a little bit of imagination.
I would say, I mean, probably on the range of the hardware companies like Spice and ourselves, it's usually challenging because you had WeWorks and engines and these kind of spaces, but we do need to have a space, a workshop in which we can, make shit. Sorry for expression, but actually build things and have quick iteration cycles. So that's a challenge we find. That there are new labs like Greentown Labs and industry labs and some new spaces popping out, but usually a hardware company has a few challenges there to actually find a space that allows to have that flexibility of offices, conference rooms, but also actually places in which things are built.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. Is that I think our near future is going to be in co-working spaces, but our struggle is to find a co-working space with the machine shop, with the prototyping space, with the tools. That's the bigger challenge for us.
Right. So maybe for us, we do less of a hardware development work, but we do need good software engineers. In that sense, we need to find a location where we attract those talents. We move our office space from Boston to San Francisco largely because we want to attract the local talents. So for us, that's a big part of the criteria that we select the space.
Well, for us, we've both been to incubators as well as co-working space. We've been to Engine, Work Bar, both of them. And I think one thing that, because our product really kind of promotes a nomadic type of working style, so somehow line up with the co-working culture as well. So we really love the working environment over there. Although we actually have a private office here in Center Square now, but we're actually moving out. We just decided to move out to Work Bar next year because we love to learn the new things from the others and then to experience more every day. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you are realizing that the two Chinese companies are doing software and two non-Chinese are doing hardware. Exactly, but like as we can see, the real estate has all this. And I would love to open the stage to the public if you have any questions. There will be mic delivering to you.
Hi, my name is Debbie, and first of all, everything you've all said has been and your products are quite impressive. I'm going to date myself a little bit here. I was involved with a startup company back in 1995 when we were developing, and they were from MIT. One the developers was MIT and Harvard grads developing VRML, which you know is virtual reality modeling language. This is a question for you. I'm sorry, I forgot your first name.
Suki.
Suki, hi. My question to you is, in terms of the developing it, we were doing with the avatars and the 3D, and we developed very sophisticated websites to highlight, what we were doing, and it really just didn't make it. So my question to you, because I realized the end user was more of the consumer, because we were dealing with with the actual websites in their home. So my question is, how have you perfected it so that can it be used by a consumer, or is it the download and the new browsers that are out, or how have you perfected the 3D process?
You mean the 3D experience or the
technology of the 3D, of being able to, as you say, is communicate. Versus the way it used to be with developing the 3D in general, the technology of it. Can the consumer use easily your platform?
For sure. If you have a browser, you can just see it. Yeah. So because even though I would say for many of the clients, they consider themselves as a professionals sometimes, but they don't have any 3D modeling software knowledge. So basically, we can consider them as a consumer. So we want to make sure that it is so easy for them to just open up the browser, type in the link, and they can visualize their development over there, and then be able to communicate with their designers. So you've perfected
the technology that...
What's that?
So you have perfected the technology that goes into
Do you
the
mean
IP?
itself.
Or like a perfected technology?
Perfected or developed it more, so it's easier to download, to use,
Yep, there's no download actually. Yeah, it's just internet. You just download the content, not any software or any plugins. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So everything is over there. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Mark. And the question I have is for Michael from Spice. And I think it's a very exciting technology that you develop, and potentially is quite disruptive for the food industry. Now, when I thought about your idea, basically you develop the hardware. There's a couple different components in the program you develop. You have the hardware, building up the hardware, but at the same time, you need a content with the recipe of making different food. And at the same time, you also need in your setup, you have a central location which processes all the different ingredients and supply to the machine. So my question to you is, in terms of the subsequent business model you are going to operate on, what is going to be your core, business model? Are you going to be a hardware manufacturer, which is the machine, or are you going to be software? Kind of licensing different recipe from other people and provide to. So I just want to get a sense how you perceive your business is going to operate on. So that's my question.
So I mean that's a great question, and it's something we talk about all the time in my team. You're 100% right. So the business as it is now involves developing the recipes, the distribution, and then the serving of the meals, which happens with the machines. And then, of course, also manufacturing the machines, which is a lot. The reason we have to start off by doing all this is because nobody's going to buy or lease a machine until they see it work somewhere else. So we have to start off as being our own restaurant. We envision the first 5 to 7 years as operating as a restaurant. So when you ask about our core is serving amazing meals, delicious meals, at a very, very convenient location, 24 hours a day at a great price. That's our core, is being a really good restaurant, but not in the traditional sense of a restaurant in that we're not going to be on a street location competing with Chipotle. We might be in your office, or in your department building where you don't have a restaurant. So when you ask about our core, that's really my main answer. As we move forwards beyond the 5-year mark, there are opportunities for franchise where we are a brand, but we don't necessarily operate and stock the machines ourselves. And then, of course, there's a potential for leasing these units. But we see that as being very long-term. Our core right now is being a restaurant that serves great meals.
And let me add that those meals are awesome. Because, if Michael says it, maybe you're not going to believe it, but as an objective person here, I was one of those guys trying those meals. And yeah.
I also tried it. It's actually very good, even if I'm a Chinese.
So in the long term, the price of the meal can be really disruptive because we save a lot on overhead that other restaurants don't save on. In the short term, we're going to be competing at around the Chipotle price points. You're talking $6 to $8. But in the long term, we might really achieve something between 4 and 6, like really high quality meals at price points that we haven't really seen before in expensive areas like Boston.
Andrea?
So
I will give our faculty a chance to ask.
Hunter pointed out earlier that the ecosystem around real estate, tech, or entrepreneurship is really nascent, right? It's about 4 or 5 years old. Have you ever stood together and presented next to each other like this? No?
I'm from Michael and Hasir did, but I'm not through.
Okay.
I think this 4 people should be the first time. Kai
So
just flew from San Francisco last night.
Okay. So the reason why I ask this is because if you put all of your products together, you're starting to build a better building.
Sure.
Can y'all hackathon that?
Actually, yeah. That's a great suggestion.
I think what I would say is now the call for action is actually not for us, but for real estate developers, meaning that I'm a little bit tired of listening to real estate developers tell us that is the future, that is great, but I'm going to wait for another developer to do it first, and then we'll jump into it. And that's something that I've seen as a trend. And we just need those because I think the feeling here is that the technology is ready. Our question is, are real estate developers ready? And if they are, I think that will happen. But I think the ball is not on our court.
Because he can show you how it works, like he can design it.
Yeah.
So we only need a real estate developer. That's it.
Exactly.
So, seriously, yeah, if you think about it. The lady in the back.
My name is Crystal. Actually, I just got one question for Kai, smart parking. I think the core value of your software, basically it's providing the spontaneous data to the consumer. So my question is how you collect the data and provide the spontaneous data for the parking in the city. So that's one question. Thank you.
That's a great question. That's one of the biggest challenges for the newcomers to the industry. So we can instantaneously collect the real-time transaction data from all the parking lots. Think about the good Logan Airport. Think about the go to the downtown parking facilities here in Boston. When you leave the bar, make a transaction, pull out tickets, the instant you do that, we can collect that data. So we do the real-time transaction data. We hook up with all the existing hardware and softwares. So we don't compete in that realm. We're a layer on top of all the hardware, software providers existing there, and we read those data immediately and provide those services. That's what we do.
Next question. Here. Please. You'll be the next, I guess.
Hi, my name's Yu, and I'm an architect. I have a question about collaboration. So you guys are all trying to do something to make things easier, to integrate with a lot of things. But we all know sometimes to simplify something can be the hardest thing in the world. So for each of you guys, for example, for Suki, how do you planning on keep up with all the software, get updated every day? And maybe also for Kai, what is your plan of your parking? You might need to collaborate with the government, maybe the communities. And for Hazir, your furniture seems very cool. But how do you think of to collaborate? Maybe you have to get permission from the owner, because maybe some of your furniture need to a special instrument, like where to place the bathroom fixture. So how do you planning on communicate with the maybe the building owner? And maybe for Michael, your kitchen is very cool. For me, it's like a vendor machine for like a restaurant vendor machine. And you don't have the kitchen, you don't have all the storage space. But in other sense, it may also require all the fresh ingredient to be refilled, like 24/7. And how do you planning on having somebody go grocery shopping and refill your vending machine? So there's actually a lot of collaboration work behind this very simple product. Or do you planning on building something very independent, like getting a detour, and you don't have to deal with all the regulation? So what do you think of this? Support, collaboration, or totally independence?
So I guess this question is about first maintenance and updates of software or hardware product. And the second is about like collaboration?
Yeah, it's not really a simple, I mean, it's a simple product, but you have to deal with a lot of aspects. You have to deal with the government and also the client. So yeah, how do you think about collaboration? Or do you planning on being something just independent, like find your own way?
Is the question clear enough? Maybe we start with Michael?
Sure. So as a team, we're a team of mainly engineers, and we now like to think of ourselves as food aficionados also. So in terms of collaboration,
with the Lego Mindstorms, which was this toolkit that kids use to create robots and to create new designs. So think about how that would be a collaboration with architecture, how architects all of a sudden could go to their bag of tricks and not only have things like Murphy bets, but they could see things like, oh, I have a controller that allows me to make my design talk to the smart devices out there. Or I have another component that allows my bed to go up into the ceiling. So all of a sudden, you create all this new ecosystem. And that's how we are envisioning collaboration in that sense.
Can we go on a tour for your showroom?
What is that?
You said you have a showroom downstairs with
So if this conference was 2 weeks ago, I would say yes. But we just had to move out of MIT because MIT is non-profit. So we had to move the company out of MIT. But we are going to be making some installations in the next month or so. So happy to show anyone that is really, really interested.
You might want to build a showroom in Suchi's software.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
What about Kai?
Yeah, definitely. I see collaboration as a key part of our business model. We collaborate with different parties. We collaborate with the city government. We collaborate with the parking operators. And we also collaborate with the hardware providers. So we need, when we have the recommendations, we need the parking operators to execute and to realize those revenues. And when we need to collaborate with hardware providers to have them provide us with the real-time data. And we definitely need to collaborate with the city government to give recommendations on what are the patterns we've seen and how do you price your parking smarter to make the city run more efficient. So all those ways we need to collaborate with different parties. And we are on top of the layers of the different parties, so we not really want to position ourselves in a direct compete with any of them, but we provide extra value to them. So that's where we are.
For you, it might be harder because there's so many parking spots in the city, and you might need to monitor each of them. So for you, it might be even harder to collaborate with them. That's how I understand it.
For parking, so right now,
yeah, like there's so many parking spots in the city.
Right.
And are you planning on monitor each of them?
right now it's not. We're not
Okay.
going to do the hardware route. Cities like San Francisco and other places tried this route. The hardware investment is large, and the maintenance cost is high. Usually they were all broke within 2 years time frame. So we can have like off-street parking garages, and they have other parking meters on-street that can show some of the parking spots as well. So we don't really in the hardware business right now, right?
Do you want to say something?
Well, I think for us, collaboration is the core of our business, right? Because we are building up collaboration software. So there was actually one day that we realized we don't need to use Slack. Instead, we can use our software to collaborate within the company, which is really sweet for us. But I would say, like, for your specific question, we're not only like collaborating with the software vendors, but also collaborating with, say, the browsers, right? Different computers, different mobile phones. So if we say we really want to bring joy and efficiency to the industry, it just meaning that we have to reduce all this overhead over there. We just want to make sure everything is intuitive enough for the users to use. So there's lots of things, lots of difficulties over there to handle all these problems, like the incompatibilities with different other softwares, basically. Yeah, but the thing is, if it's so difficult, that's why it's so interesting as well. So that's why we're doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, the white. Yeah. No. You're sorry. Thank you. Maybe you're next. the one, because I've been seeing her raising up hands for several times. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Maria. And my question, I guess, is a little bit targeting Michael, but it's towards everyone. We've been talking a lot about shared economy and the principles of shared economy, so I'm just asking a question. How do you envision your companies to sort of take advantage of other specialized services and vendors and sort of develop? Do you see yourself as just a platform that other vendors can come in and utilize in order to take advantage of that shared economy sector? And specifically for Michael, for example, you brand yourself as a group of engineers. Do you think that, let's say, partnering with, let's say, Chipotle and you want to develop further, and you're basically the hardware, and then other vendors come in and you say, oh, here's your Chipotle inside your office building. You don't have to line up. In order to take advantage of already existing vendors in certain markets, or for example, even furniture vendors, just so that you create a very interactive interface with the user, because no one really likes having a robot serve their food. So I was just curious whether all of you see yourself as partnering with other companies in order to achieve that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And, you know, I think that being the platform that connects entities together in the sharing economy is sort of the sweet place to be, because you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that, you're just connecting the entities. I think it's a little bit harder with hardware, because with hardware, you saw the Spice Kitchen, right? It can't make any meal for any restaurant, right? So if we were to partner with, say, you mentioned Chipotle, then we'd have to modify our hardware specifically to be able to make Chipotle's recipes. Now, that's not something we're completely opposed to, but it's not something that we are delving into very deeply at the moment. At the moment, the plan is to become our own restaurant with our own brand. And yeah, that begs the question of, but wait a second, you guys are a team of engineers. How are you going to run a restaurant? Well, I think that's the big challenge, but it is a big challenge with hardware. Just simply plugging and playing into other people's recipes or sort of other companies' brands and visions, it's a little bit more difficult. Not something we're completely against, and we're actually exploring it. We're in the very, very early stages of exploring it, but it's not the current plan.
Thanks.
Next.
Hi, my name is Nona. So my first question is for Michael. It kind of goes along with the previous question. So how preparatory do you think your machine or technology is? Do you think the big fast food chains like McDonald's, Chipotle, they're easy, to have something like you, or with that risk in mind, do you see you guys ever maybe license your technology to those restaurants? And my second question is for the other three entrepreneurs. So how do you guys exactly going to monetize your technology or your firms? I didn't quite get it from your presentations. Yeah, thank you.
How proprietary, how much IP we have, to be determined. We're working with a patent lawyer these days. We have provisional patents filed. We don't have any patents issued yet. We believe that we do have some proprietary technology. That's not to say that other companies aren't going to be able to make their own automated food machines. But I don't think they're going to be able to do it the same way that we do. They're going to have to figure out their own systems. As far as competition, absolutely, we do expect that competitors will pop up here and there because it is disruptive and it is a space that hasn't been tapped into. But the pure hardware cost of development in this space, especially for a large industrial machine, is very high. We spent a lot of engineering time and a lot of money developing our first unit that was good enough to show to the public and good enough to serve meals. And we're going to have to spend a lot more developing it to the point that we can leave it standalone and expect it to run for a couple of years without it requiring any major maintenance. So I think that's a huge barrier to entry. I think that IP will be a barrier to entry, but there are other ways, aside from what we showed, there are other ways to cook meals automatically. So we do expect competitors, but I don't expect them to be popping up right and left right away.
So what about the business?
Money. Yeah, in our case, it's actually pretty simple. I mean, we have a first layer, which is the sale of these systems to real estate developers with the idea that they're going to be getting premiums for rent, so more dollars per square foot. And also the renter at the end is going to get that value of, for the money they pay for rent, they're going to get much more functionality. But our first layer is basically selling to developers. Now, the key thing here, and this is a phrase I read in the last few weeks a couple of times, which is hardware is a Trojan horse for software. And that is true if you think about all these hardware companies like Nest. I mean, you bring a system that is hardware, you sell that system, but then all of a sudden you start bringing all this connectivity, all these Internet of Things applications. So all of a sudden you get a sale of a system, and then you get the user kind of having some kind of recurring revenue, because all of these functionalities that you could add, because your furniture could talk to your thermostat, to your lighting, all of those things you can start building on top of the basic business layer. The key thing here is that the reason smart homes are not really popping up is because people don't want to buy like a smart home hub. which is buy a router that is going to connect things. People don't make that psychological decision. But if you bring a system to the home that does some other thing, and by the way, is also a smart home hub, that's when you can start creating that Trojan horse, as I was saying, and creating all these recurring revenues. And that's how you make a sustainable business, because that's much more difficult to copy than a hardware device.
So we charge a monthly fee based on the number of parking spaces we help them to manage. That's how we got the payment. Yeah.
Very simple.
For us, it's quite apparent, I would say, like a subscription model. So you have different tiers for different size of firms, different use case, and different storage, different limitation for the model that they can upload, all stuff like that.
Does that answer your question? The gentleman at the back.
So clearly, it's a lot of tremendous potential for each of you to be very successful. Just question, at what stage each of this company, like finding revenue or clients you already have or potentially have in the near future? And also, I think for Mike, I think every house can buy your machine if you make it cheap enough or smaller enough, because it's really, everybody's busy. We can buy, for sometimes for the kids, stuff like that. It's a tremendous potential. Thank you.
Do we want to start with Sushi?
Well, I would say there are millions of designers, like whoever use CAD softwares. I know that GrabCAD have 1.3 million of mechanical engineers who are mainly working with CAD softwares as well. Although actually Hardy is not the CEO anymore. But yeah, so lots of potentials there. But just I cannot give you the exact number right now. Yeah.
You can talk during the lunch.
Yep.
So we are at pre-A stage right now, and funded by a bunch of capital firms. And right now we have 20-some clients right now. And our target is we'll charge based on the number of spaces we accumulate because we charge a monthly fee. And exact number is not to provide right now. But if you want to know more information about other things, we can talk about later.
Yeah, in Morphlab's case, we are about to close our seed round at this point, which is an angel round. That's going to take us through our alpha and our beta programs. The alpha is going to be starting basically in November. So we are building one of these systems that you saw in a real apartment in 2 weeks, which is one of our co-founders' apartment, just as a safe test. Then November, we are going to 3 apartments here in Boston with real estate developers. And then in the beta, which is going to happen in the spring, we are targeting 10 to 20 units. And then we will go for a Series A for the scaling. But again, the next year it's going to stay, in the 10 to 20 ballpark.
Yeah, we are a lot younger than these companies. Dollars of revenue is 0. Funding is very little so far. We are actually still in school. We're graduating in 2016. So we will be raising money soon. So, if anybody's interested, you saw the website. And then as far as the home appliance, we get that a lot. That's a great question. I actually think first of all, there's competitors in that space, other startups trying to make a home appliance that makes you meals. And I think that there's more challenges than just the technology for a home appliance. For example, you still have to buy the ingredients. The ingredients have to get to you somehow. You still have to prep them, and you still have to clean. So we're not sure exactly how much of a problem it would solve. It is something we're exploring, though. If you could make a small countertop home appliance that would cook meals for you, we're trying to determine if there would be a viable market for that, but it's not exactly the angle we're going for right now.
All right, last question, and we're ready for lunch. The fifth, your fifth row.
Hello, everyone. My name is Louis, and I'm from Warner Sobek, New York. I'm a facade consultant, and I have a question for Suki. A few months ago, we had a project in Chicago, and we're starting using a software, Autodesk A360 glue. Yeah, and that has a very similar function in Model. And I want to say that at the beginning, I really like the Model's idea. I think it's a really great startup company. But I started raising this question is how well you facing the challenge from larger company who have a similar service as you do, but they have larger customer groups than you. So, and also this is a question for most of the people who doing the startup. So that's my question.
I think that is probably the question that every startup gets asked, right? Because there are always large companies over there. I mean, they're not dumb, so they're definitely gonna do something, right? But then I would say that Autodesk has been there. I don't know if there's any people from Autodesk, but yeah, Autodesk has been there for like 35 years, even more than that. But yeah, like I heard something. If you ever tried A360, I would encourage you to try our stuff, and you can tell the difference over there. And then I believe one thing that if you there's nothing that you can prevent them from swallowing you, but I say you have to move fast, so they cannot catch you. And then there's a deep relation that you have to build with your customers. This is a new era that you have to build a new type of relation, not like the previous ones. So probably that's the way that we're gonna compete with Autodesk, maybe.
All right, thanks everyone. We're gonna have to close the morning session. Lunch is served outside. The afternoon session which will be sharing economy. We'll start at 1:30. So thanks everyone again. Really exciting panel. Very exciting, guys. This is
Have you tried some food?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I already asked for one.
Hảo.
You're going to be able to push it, but it's just going to be hard. And the problem we found out is that people want things to be different. So that's where the robot is coming. That's where just a finger can make something move. But if light goes down, that rare issue that happens, you can actually do it. So you more time. So that's a case, but the same thing with things like safety. I'm going to show for a second example because they put all these parent sensing, all these things. So for example, if the system hits you, so that they cannot stop. So we're kind of integrating all those features. So we're not saying developers. So the way we are doing it, we are starting first with the pilot programs. So we are effectively, you're effectively saying because at the end of the day we are building 3 in November, which means that we're going to build 3 systems, and we're going to create system partners, real estate developers. But still it's kind of a pilot program, so they're paying something like a participation fee. Then in the spring it's going to be 10 to 20, so it's still a small amount. So we are not going to be kind of launching this product per se until a year. So this is more like test. But it's already system is a yeah. There is something more scale, but right now we are doing with some of those developers who are taking Boston properties or Scanscapic developers who will let's start with one system, you buy it, you install it, you see how it works, and then if you want to buy for 10 orders, you can have it. So I'm not saying we are not ready. I mean, actually we have some slots, so you have a lot that have slots right now. So I want to have one of those systems installed, and we are actually leasing the systems. So yeah, but the good news is at the end of the day is that that's why it's only one system. So we are doing one system to prove that the premiums are going to be so high that then the developer, one developer says I'm going to buy 10, 20, or 30. I mean, that's how developers are buying European. Actually, they're actually buying us because they already know it's an old system, they know how it works, and they have that confidence. So we are trying to provide that confidence with the data, with the system that they can see. and they can actually play with it and have actually a renter living there, and that's when we will go to. I think the lease model would work better if we were to go directly to renters, because renters are going to be investing in the system. But a developer is used to taking out construction costs, is used to buying batch openers and elevators and all these kind of things. So we don't know. It could be an option, but I think right now it's running more of a sale system. But we are going to need to approve a premium. If we approve a premium for rent, the developers are going to do it. So that's probably the data from us. We approve that. Great. Yeah, I think my car. Interesting. You tried but you couldn't, or this place we can explore. Yeah, I know. It's putting the interface on the mobile phone. We get clients mobile phone with multiple apps controlling different devices. That's a mega sense. To turn on a light. It's much easier to just stand up and hit the switch. So are you guys coordinating or integrating different technologies, or are you guys developing your own technology? Do you have existing like apartments and stuff that you would like to test? We could talk about. I mean, we are going to be installing some of these systems in Goa. This is fun thing. Yeah. So let's do some more. Yeah. Why don't we just? Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. We can talk more about the possibilities of. Of course, I do. Actually, he's one of our advisors. Nice. Yeah. No. He's a good friend. He's actually involved in some things. He's helping us, on all the Internet of Things ideas. So happy to get you guys to be one of the beta testers. So are these apartments like pilots you create? Like you create like a pilot apartment, or how do you test this technology? I think that would be a perfect collaboration. I'll be happy to discuss that. Perfect. Pleasure. Yeah. So like there's some machine like she'll tell you immediately, hey, this is going to the gym, and you can easily walk up and take some notes. So why don't we, my car, because right now we need to discuss with the developers who are installing some systems and share apartments. But that would be opportunity. Why not? Let's just connect when the time is closer. Yeah, we're from. Oh, that's great. So right now we are, our official address is at UMass, Massachusetts. We are there. So happy I'll check it out just so you guys. Maybe there are collaboration that will make it more interesting. Awesome. So you know what? Some existing products like Nest and Amazon Echo. It'd be great to have one sample from each one you guys have and actually play with it. I'll have a micro later outside. Got it. Awesome. Awesome. That's okay. Great. Pleasure to meet you. Fantastic.
so that's what we're talking about when we talk about it. And there are 4 common underlying values of this space, regardless of what you call it. The first is this idea of empowerment. It's empowering to participate in the sharing economy. You have your asset, and you can now become a manager. You can now get income off of that asset. Or as a rider on Uber or somebody traveling to New York City, you can go access an asset that was previously inaccessible to an individual. It's also collaborative.
Its very nature, hence one of the other definitions or one of the other phrases of collaborative consumption, you're collaborating with other people like yourself, other people that have these assets or have these services or time that they're willing to make accessible to you. It's also incredibly open. So anybody in this room right now can go download the Uber app, download Airbnb, download Lyft, and you can get access into the sharing economy, into this whole ecosystem instantly. And it's incredibly personal. So you're sitting in someone else's car. You are staying in someone's guest room or even their master bedroom. It's an incredibly personal experience that has not really existed before in a scale that we're now seeing. So this is going to be impossible to see for anybody not directly in front of the screen. But the point this slide is trying to make is that the sharing economy is huge. It covers all sorts of spaces. We talked about Uber. We talked about Airbnb. Yes, there's the transportation. There's the accommodation side. But there's also the financial side with Prosper and Lending Club and a number of others. There are services from TaskRabbit to Favor to Postmates. And many, many more. This is really just a start of all the different areas that this sharing economy verticals it can expand to. Now, this is a conference that's talking a lot about real estate innovation in China, and it's important to note that a lot of the companies we talk about are US-based or Western, but this isn't just a Western phenomenon. So Uber was founded in 2009. In 2010, Yongji was founded in China. By the time Uber entered China in 2013 with 6 cities, Yongji was already in 73. This is something that is very natural if you think about socialist countries or communist countries to share and to collaborate with assets. It's a very natural thing. So you have Tujia, which is the Chinese Airbnb. You have Didi Kuidi, who partnered with Lyft in trying to beat Uber in the Chinese market as well. I'm sure I butchered all the names, but there's a lot going on outside of the US, especially in Asia, in this space. So who is it that's participating in the sharing economy? And it may be surprising. I mean, sure the age, the demographic makes sense. 25 to 45. Okay, that accounts for about half of the people that are participating. That makes sense. They're tech savvy. They have some money. But it's not just people looking to save money. Over a quarter of the people in the US that participate in the sharing economy earn more than $100,000 a year. They are top 5%ers, but they account for a quarter of the participants in the sharing economy. It's not just about saving money. We'll talk about some of the other reasons people would participate in the sharing economy. And you're seeing a similar thing in China with 25 to 45, white-collar workers, urban, are all the kind of common characteristics of the types of people that are currently participating in the sharing economy. So why is this important? Why do we spend this time talking about the sharing economy? Well, because it's big, but it's going to be a lot bigger very, very soon. So this is a chart, comes from a PwC report, I believe, that estimated in 2013 the sharing economy space was worth about $15 billion versus the traditional rental space, so renting videos, renting cars, which was $240 billion at that time. But over the next 10 years, while the traditional rental space of cars and videos is expected to grow by about 50%, the sharing economy space is projected to grow by more than 20x. So where it's just a sliver of the pie today, it's going to start taking over the pie very, very quickly. So it's very important to understand what it means. What does it mean for your business? What can it mean opportunity-wise for what you're looking to do? And if you look at where it's most likely to really take off, I mean, we've seen what Uber and Airbnb and these other companies have done in the US, but North America is actually the least receptive to this whole idea of sharing. We're very individualistic. We want our McMansions in the suburbs and driving our own car, and yet it's still taken off here. Whereas if you look at Asia, over 80% of people say, yes, I'd participate. This seems amazing. Of course I want to participate in the sharing economy. So the potential, if it seems big today, it's only going to be a lot bigger next year, 5 years, 10 years from now. And the impact is not just economic. There are really 3 tiers of impact that we see with the sharing economy. The first is economic, and it's pretty obvious, but we'll touch on some of those points. Then there's this social or community-based impact that we see when people participate in the sharing economy. And then finally, there's the environmental impact. So on the economic side, the left side numbers are a little washed out, but 86% of people agree that it makes life more affordable. So no longer do I need to buy a car, I can just get access to a car through Uber. There's this quote, I don't need a power drill, I need a hole in the wall. So why do I need to go all the way to Home Depot, buy a power drill that's going to sit there for 364 days a year when all I need is this hole in the wall? Well, you can rent it from your neighbor through the sharing economy. Likewise, 63% say that interacting and engaging in the sharing economy is actually more fun than engaging with traditional businesses. So instead of having to drive out to the suburbs, go to a big box retailer, buy that power drill, I get to know my neighbors better. I get to know the people around me, the people that already have this. And that's just a better experience for nearly 2/3 of people. On the same token, the social side, 78% of people believe it builds a stronger community. Back to that collaboration, back to that personal nature. The more time you interacting with people, the more you're able to relate with them, the more connected you feel to them. And then 89% of people believe that by its very nature, this whole space is built on trust. You're not going to let someone in your car. You're not going to let someone in your bedroom unless you trust that they're not going to murder you. Or something less violent than that. But I mean, there has to be a decent amount of trust. Like, you're not just opening your doors to a stranger without some level of trust in there. And then the environmental side. So 83% of people believe that it makes their life more efficient and convenient. So no longer do I need to go to a lot to buy a car that some miner had to pull those minerals out of the earth. They had to expend all these carbon emissions making the tires and putting this car together to put in my hands that now is going to sit in my driveway 99% of the time. I can just pull up an app on my phone and access either a ride via Uber or someone else's car that's just sitting there via Getaround or Relay Rides or Flight Car. And because of this, 76% of people, over 3/4 of people, agree that the sharing economy is better for the environment. So you can do good while doing well, do well while doing good. So in conclusion, the sharing economy really is about this access as opposed to ownership. So I need, you have. And through trust, we get a more efficient economic interaction. It's also a rocket ship. So from 15 billion in 2013, estimated total size, to northwards of 335 billion in just 10 years. That's incredible growth. And the reason it's able to grow so quickly is obviously there's this economic benefit. And we're capitalists, right? Like, you're not going to do something unless it makes economic sense. But at the same time, you're getting this social, this community improvement and feel-good nature, as well as positively impacting the environment. So that's it for me. Again, Andrew McConnell with Rented, and here's my contact information for the companies if you have any questions. Thank you. Oh. Yeah. Okay, not questions now. Sorry, no questions.
Not now. The questions will come in. How many of you tried to list your apartment on Craigslist? So when you're away for 3 months, you're trying to find someone to take your place, and it's kind of a hassle. You got to find the photos, you know. Flatbook is a company that tried to solve that problem. And today, CEO and co-founder of Flatbook, based in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, is here. Francis Davidson, please.
Where it comes from, and where potentially it is heading. So the history of hospitality in the 20th century was really the story of the rise of branded hotels and the fall of inns and independents. In fact, in the 1950s, Holiday Inn launched with the slogan, "The best surprise is no surprise," because the big issue that there were with inns and independent hotels was that of inconsistent quality in the way that the service is being delivered. And that idea of having a consistent experience and brand standards was so important and impactful that by 1980, over 50% of hotels were actually branded franchise hotels. And the ascension was even more rapid after the 1980s, whereas today, 99% of hotel developments in the United States are actually branded franchise hotels. So those are not inns and independents. They're not. The 99% of them fall under one of those big brands that we know and in which we trust, such as Hilton, Marriott, Hyatt, Wyndham. So the biggest factor was, of course, this idea of trust and standards of quality. But the second factor was that we just needed more supply. The globalization of the world means that we just need more hotel rooms to accommodate everyone, right? And so those are really the two factors that led to this rise of the branded hotels. And now the thesis that I want to present right now, before we speak on the panel, is that of the idea that history is about to repeat itself, but now within the sharing economy. So what we're seeing is that over the course, Airbnb was founded in 2008, and already they've captured $10 billion of the $800 billion accommodations hotel market. But they're not running into a couple issues per se, but they're struggling with their capacity to increase the supply that's available in the sharing economy. And secondly, they have a hard time delivering a consistent experience and a standardized experience, at least on the things that matter, like whether or not the bed is comfortable and whether or not you can easily check into the place, and not necessarily standards with regards to how the property looks and feels, because of course, one of the big drivers of the sharing economy is the fact that each property is unique and authentic and has this particular vibe that is coherent with the neighborhood that you can experience as a traveler. So the thesis is that as the sharing economy, as was presented by Andrew, grows so quickly in the next 10 years, in fact, in the next 5 years, Airbnb is projected to transact from today $10 billion to $100 billion of the hospitality market. It will own 10% of the $1 trillion accommodations market within the next 5 years. That's over 100% year-over-year growth, right? Robotics is a $10 billion industry today, and it's growing at between 9 and 12% for comparison, just to give you an idea as how massive this trend is and how it will impact the global economy. And so the idea is that, and I suppose one of the topics of the panel is the professionalized sharing economy. And the professionalized sharing economy is the way for the sharing economy to go from this $10 billion market to this $100 billion market, because of those same two reasons that led the hospitality world in the 20th century to go from inns and independents to branded hotels. That is because of the standards of quality and because of the drastic need for supply. One metric that we've been collecting at Flatbook is how healthy the balance between supply and demand is on the sharing economy. And so what we're seeing is that for every listing that was added onto Airbnb in 2012, there were 15 guests, which is kind of the right balance that you want to have for properties that are only available for a subset of the year. And then on the other hand, today, we're now at over 60 guests per listing, and the trend is increasing exponentially. So what that means is that if the quantity of guests per listing keep on increasing, we have a clear supply problem. And the easiest way to answer to come to an answer to that phenomenon and that potential issue is that the properties that were kind of idle and not put to work, say in Boston, are now on the platform, right? If you have a furnished apartment and it's ready to host travelers and it's empty, why the hell is it not on Airbnb right now, right? So we have already used this set of idle resources. And now, in order to go from a $10 billion market to a $100 billion market, we need to increase the supply. And we need to go and dig a bit further into those properties that aren't being opened up because they're potentially owned by out-of-state owners that use the property seasonally and don't have the capacity to manage an Airbnb property through the sharing economy in Boston. So this is the context and the historical context that I want to bring forward. Now, a bit about Flatbook. Yes, we did, as Marwan mentioned, start as a company that would help people rent out their place as they were leaving for usually the summertime for 3 or 4 months at a time. But the idea quickly shifted towards more of building the first consumer-facing hospitality brand for the sharing economy. So right now, what we're providing is a network of unique spaces that are throughout cities that you can rent for a few nights or a few months that are managed directly by Flatbook. And what we've done is taken the best of the hotel world, the best of brands with their brand standards, the technology that they use, the fact that you will have a comfortable bed and you know what to expect. And if ever you have a problem, there's someone on the phone 24/7 to help you. So we've taken this, and then we've taken the best of the sharing economy, which is those really cool places that are a launch pad for you to discover a neighborhood and really the next way to travel at half the price of a hotel room. And we've bundled those things together and created what is the first brand for the rental sharing economy. So thank you very much. Look forward to the panel discussion.
Yeah, as an Airbnb user myself, my biggest fear is, before I meet the host, are the keys going to be there? So Flatbook's trying to create that professionalization. How many times have we had meetings at a Starbucks? Sometimes we just need peace and quiet to read a book, or just have a meeting, six people. What Breather is doing is unlocking these spaces so we can actually work and have meetings and beautifully curated types of real estate. Maggie Burns, Director of City Operations from New York, visiting us from New York, please.
Thank you, Marwan. Thank you, everyone who's put on this event. We at Breather are so happy to be participating today, and it's really great to be here. Who's heard of Breather before today? Just curious. Okay, great. So Breather is a network of beautiful private workspaces that you can reserve with your smartphone and unlock. You can use them for as little or as long as you need. So using our app, you can search for a space that meets your needs, book with a few clicks, and then using our proprietary lock technology, check in on the phone and get yourself into the space. Here are some of our spaces. This is in New York, one of our beautiful spaces in San Francisco, and in Boston. Today, we have nearly 100,000 members globally, and they use Breather spaces for all sorts of uses, for an office for the day, somewhere to take a conference call, place for a meetup, study group, but also teaching yoga, therapy sessions, church groups, all sorts of groups that need somewhere private, that's beautiful, that's lovely, that's curated, and feels like it can be their own for the portion of time that they need it. The fact of the matter is that for many of us who travel for business, who are building a business, who are telecommuting, working remotely, who need somewhere that we can make a make or break presentation or a proposal in front of a client, having a beautiful space that can be your own is really important. And there aren't a lot of other options out there today. Breather is super convenient, lovely, which is very important to us from a brand perspective, and affordable. Our spaces range from $25 to $60 an hour. So totally flexible based on the time that you need it. The company was founded about 3 years ago, and we're based in Montreal. Our co-founder, Julian Smith, is a best-selling author, and he found that while out on book tour, it was extremely difficult to find a quiet place to take phone calls or to take meetings. And he was sick of sitting in a Starbucks with a bad Wi-Fi connection, sitting in a hotel lobby where it's noisy and you can't get anything done. And he knew there had to be a better way. And we've grown tremendously. In about 18 months, we're now in 5 cities. So in New York, in San Francisco, in Montreal, Boston, and Ottawa. And across those 5 cities, we have close to 100 spaces. We're really excited by this growth. And announced a few weeks ago that we closed a Series B round of financing. So we've now raised close to $30 million, which we're using to expand in our existing markets and to grow internationally and in the US. Fundamentally, what we're doing is building the infrastructure for the workforce of the future. The workforce of the future is highly mobile, is highly adaptable, has side projects, is building their own business. And they need a network that is distributed. It's not enough to have one office in one place. Building that network, of course, comes with challenges. It's much easier today to lease a 50,000 square foot space than it is to lease 50 1,000 square foot spaces. So today we acquire our spaces in two ways. We either sign commercial office leases or we partner. So when we sign a lease, landlords are happy to work with us because it shows that they're innovative, they're forward thinking, they're not trapped in the old mentality of office leasing, which is a company shows up, they take a 10-year, 20-year lease, and they're highly stable. More and more we see that company space needs are highly fluid. They're growing really quickly. Some industries are shrinking, some industries are growing. We can give landlords a nice, convenient way to take advantage of that. We create efficiencies on both sides. As a Breather member, I no longer have to have one office in one place that I pay for all the time, even when I don't need it. Instead, I can have an office and a place that I can be productive and professional, that's quiet, that feels like mine when I need it and where I need it. So in addition to working with landlords on the supply side, we also work with partners. So we'll partner with hotel groups, with entrepreneurs, with small businesses. In New York, we've had great success with fashion showrooms. They have a beautiful office, which we love. But they don't need it year-round. They need it during Fashion Week. They need it during fittings. But during other times, we partner with them to make it a beautiful breather space. And I think long-term, as you look at the trends we're seeing in commercial real estate, specifically with office, if you look at how workforces operate today, if you look at urban density, if you look at the number of us that end up traveling for work and sort of always working on the go, we see Breather being in this really important intersection, and we think we're solving a really important need. For those of you who haven't had a chance to try Breather, I encourage you to please go to breather.com. If you go to breather.com/CREIC 2015, you can take advantage of a free hour or download the app from Google Play or the App Store and enter that code. We'd love to have you try it. We're here, we're in New York, you're in San Fran. If you find yourself in Montreal, we have some beautiful breather spaces there, and we're coming to lots more cities soon. So really looking forward to the discussion today. And if you have any questions after or at any point, please come say hi. We'd love to meet everybody. Thanks.
So there's a QR code for those that use WeChat, which has been very popular over the past 2 days, including today. So you could scan it to get access to that free hour and use a breather. So I'd like to invite the panelists so we could have a Q&A discussion about the sharing economy. So Andrew, Francis, Maggie, please. So the first question is, why now? Craigslist existed. Carpooling existed. We're people. We used to share things. Why is it that now, over the past few years, it's boomed a lot? And the element of trust is just more powerful than ever before. Yet, we're now seeing companies entering the sharing economy rather than people sharing their spaces or their cars. So if you can talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's kind of two phases on the why now. So why now on the peer-to-peer side, it's really the smartphone in your pocket, right? Like you had GPS, we were all on Facebook and other networks, and so it felt like you could trust at some level a total stranger because you could see your social connections, you could see on LinkedIn, you could see other places, and you had the technology in the palm of your hand, real time, to feel that level of trust. Now, the why now on the professional side, where you're seeing Flatbook and Breather and professionals come in, is because of the money, right? Like carpooling, some people try to do it, but there's not money in carpooling. If you're volunteering, sure, you can sit in my back seat. You're saying, you can sit in my back seat and it's going to cost you $10, and somebody says, well, I could take a 20% cut of that. Then all of a sudden you start getting a lot of investment, a lot of attention from professionals that want to move into that space. So I think it's two phases of it. You saw the growth on the peer-to-peer side, and then like with the evolution of any industry, with banking in the 10th century, but it's just money lenders on a peer-to-peer basis, and now it's huge multinational global institutions, or even eBay that took 10 years to go from soccer moms selling Beanie Babies to other soccer moms to 80% of transactions coming from power sellers. We're seeing that transition happen much, much more quickly in this space.
Yeah, I suppose that those are, I fully agree with those points. And another thing that is worthy of mention, I think, is the economic environment in which the company that's really spearheaded the rental sharing economy growth, Airbnb, in which they flourish. So on both the supply side and the demand side, when resources are constrained, that's when the sharing economy is most valuable. If you got laid off from your job but you have a spare bedroom, that's when you're going to put it online, not if you're making $120,000 at a bank. It's when economic downturns occur that usually you have some of those innovative and highly efficient business models that arise. So definitely mobile internet are absolutely necessary. A really well-structured review system is necessary for the sharing economy to thrive, because you are, in fact, just staying at some stranger's place. And then on the demand side as well, when you're traveling for leisure, if you're right after 2008 and the economic crises, with less income, the sharing economy option becomes much more interesting if you can pay half the price of a hotel room for your stay. So I think those are actually pretty big drivers to just kickstart it. And then after that, once the world realizes that it's such an incredible way to travel, then even in times of great economic prosperity, will it keep on growing just because of its fundamental value. Cool.
Yeah, I think all that makes sense. What we see at Breather is definitely it's about resource efficiency, and so we control all of our spaces. We curate and design them, but I think the push toward more resource efficiency combined with the tech. So the fact that we can control access to a whole network of rooms with a mobile application and a lock technology is not something we could have done 10 years ago. And so we see the two of those sort of hand in hand as being really primary in the push in the direction that we're seeing. So
That's cool. Actually, we were co-founder of one of the startups that came out of the accelerator here at MIT. We're financing our startup by leasing out two apartments that we're putting on Airbnb. So even though we're not professionals, but we're not sharing an additional bedroom, we're actually running a business because of the income out of, for example, Airbnb. One more question regarding marketing. How do you market to certain different demographics coming from different cultures? We discussed how in China it's a bit different, right? The idea of sharing space and co-working space. Are you trying, for example, Breather, are you trying to target millennials, or is it for everyone?
I mean, we really think it's for everyone. When we initially started, it was the core of our clientele were freelancers. They were people who worked at startups, were building their own businesses. Now more and more we have people who work at more established tech companies who say, my big open plan office is really beautiful, but there's always someone in the conference room, and I find it hard to get away to be productive. And so we'll work directly with that company, with Uber, for instance, so that we can offer as a perk to their employees, hey, when you want to have your Thursday product meeting, go to a beautiful Breather space and see how much more you get done. So we were marketing to that core clientele as well as to people who are, for instance, searching for meeting space. So those are sort of important keywords, but we end up with users who are church groups, who are life coaches, who are yoga teachers, who sort of hear about it through word of mouth. I think for us it's a little bit challenging because we're extremely unique. And so I think the initial sort of hurdle to get people over is what actually is it that we're offering? Like, no, we're not, this isn't a living room. You can't, we're not saying you can come sit in our living room. To explain specifically, this is a private workspace. You could use it for all sorts of work, but that's what it is. So I think we've tried different approaches to sort of make the value prop clear because there's not a lot that you can compare it to.
But what if someone actually wants to just take a nap and sleep for 5 hours? They're allowed to do that.
They can do that, yep. I mean, some spaces accommodate that better than others because of light, because of the couch, and we get calls from customer service all the time. I'm looking to take a nap. Which space should I book? And we're happy to accommodate that.
I mean, with any marketing, it comes down to you need the right message in front of the right audience at the right context. And I think this is something that Darren, the CEO of Priceline, talks about, of the one traveler experience, whether it's hospitality or in anything, that it's not an Airbnb is always going to be the right answer. Right? Like when I travel with my wife, I'm probably going to want something very different than if I'm traveling for work and somebody else is paying, or if I'm traveling with a big group for a wedding. And not thinking in terms of narrow categories of, is this definitely a shared space, is this own space, but really thinking about that individual or that company in across contexts. They may want something different, and really thinking about when is the right time and what is the right thing to provide at that time to that individual.
And regarding competition too, right? Because now we're talking about these businesses that are coming in. How do the entrepreneurial individuals feel about that? Because you're clearly offering a better service. There's less friction because now a company is handling most of the transactions. If anything goes wrong, there's customer service. Whereas the sharing economy started, well, Uber and Airbnb started with these entrepreneurs who were like, all right, I'm going to rent out an additional bedroom. How are you dealing with that?
Is the question like, are customers, like, do they respond well to a company delivering?
Yeah, is there a difference? Do you feel like travelers would rather stay at someone who actually lives in the city and share an additional bedroom, or is it more like they're totally fine with staying at branded real estate?
So I believe I don't think that there will be brands that will go into the private room rentals. We only do entire spaces. Right. I think Airbnb is kind of this conjunction of couch surfing and VRBO. And so there are some people who want the couch surfing experience where they get to interact with their hosts a lot. And I think that those are also the same customers who are interested in renting private rooms. Whereas the ones who want to rent entire spaces, in fact, you don't have to be a brand not to deliver kind of the personalized experience, because in the majority of cases, the hosts never actually meet the guests, and it's only a few exchanges of emails and messages. So all I can say is that like our customers rate the service really well. Are there some people that are deterred from booking with us because we are a company? I'm sure there are. But on the other hand, I think there are many more people who wouldn't be comfortable renting from a private individual that are coming to us for their first Airbnb or sharing economy experience.
Yeah. One last question from my side before I open it up to Q&A. 20, 30 years from today, what do you think is going to happen? Is it going to be overly saturated? Is it a bubble that's going to explode and then it's just chaos because real estate is now an office, it's residential, it's everything? As you said, doing yoga, like, you usually go to the gym or you go to a garden. So what's going to happen in the future? Do you think it's all just going to be mixed together?
I'd argue it's the opposite of chaos. It's much more efficient utilization of time and resources than what we have today with these false labels, these nonsensical labels of this is an office space versus this is a hotel versus this is my spare bedroom. And it's a much more fluid market that we'll be in. I don't think, maybe there are some companies that are overvalued, but in terms of the sharing economy, the numbers are only going to go exponentially higher. I don't think that's the issue. We're seeing this transition where millennials today, or people younger, when you survey them, they'd rather have a smartphone or a computer than a car.
Yeah.
And that would have been so nonsensical to people in the 1950s. If you think about American graffiti, like your car, your things that you own defined you. You had to own something. You had to have your white picket fence and your two-car garage. And now people are defining, and maybe it's because of Instagram and social media and everything, you're defined by the experiences that you're able to enjoy. And through the sharing, through accessing unique experiences, that's now what defines people, and that's what they want, less than physical ownership of assets they're not going to use that much.
Cool, that's amazing. All right, so we'll open it up to Q&A.
If you don't mind, Marwan, I'd love to give my perspective on this. I think that in 20 or 30 years, it will be possible for us to just, open up our mobile phone, whether we're in Singapore or Santiago or Shanghai, and then you're going to see thousands of properties that you can book for a few months or a few days or a few hours. And they're going to be provided by companies that have operations throughout the world. And those companies are going to be part of an economy that's really well structured, where their acquisition is perhaps done in partnership with a company like Rented, where They connect the owners of real estate with those who manage them, and then those who manage those properties will in turn have brands that provide them with a set of guidelines and technological tools and purchasing power. And in the same way that the traditional industries have structured themselves with a lot of players in a sense to become highly efficient, you're going to see that in the sharing economy, and something that's going to be already in 5 years massive, and in 20 or 30 years about half of travel is leisure. So I can imagine that the sharing economy could take potentially half of this $800 billion industry, and there are very few industries that are worth as much as $800 billion. So I think we're on the verge of something that is absolutely massive and revolutionary for the customer experience, and that you can just, with your phone, open up space throughout the world that's of high quality and unique.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it's not just leisure, right? Like it's business travel, it's business access to marketplaces or to workspaces with the partnership Airbnb just did with Bridge, what's it called? With 50,000 corporate housing units. I mean, they're trying to get into the whole business travel segment. So I think 20 to 30 years from now, we won't be talking about it as a separate category. I mean, it may be one of those that it just kind of takes over, and it's part of the economy. It's just how we interact with travel, with business, with access to office space and cars. Anything, Mike?
No, I think I agree. We at Breather see a future where, just what we're describing, I think it has that sort of mentality, and building those sorts of systems has all sorts of other follow-on effects that we're not talking about. But frankly, if we look at urbanization and if we look at development on an international scale, if everybody has a car and a house and a couch and a vacation home, we're in trouble. Like, it's not going to work, So I think that they're, alongside sort of thinking in a different way about the things that you need to own and the things that you need to experience and the things that you're willing to share with others is ultimately like a really important question for humanity. And if technology is putting that at the forefront as a way to sort of address these concerns, I think it's really great, because we don't really see leadership emerging from other industries in the same way that we do in tech and in the sharing economy, which is a great thing. And I mean, I think an important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about making real estate efficient. Actually, our startup, we work with hospitality hosts so that they can share their walls to artists. And the art gallery industry today is a bit outdated, limited in real estate, yet you have all these bare walls that could use this art. So what Tecuma does, which we were part of the accelerator at MIT, is connect the two. So again, it's not just sharing the floor space for people to use, but even artists who are not even present could show their work. And the hardest thing about when you work in the arts industry is you need space to show what you create. So I'll open it up to Q&A, please.
I'm curious how Flatbook interacts with municipal codes and zoning and stuff like that. You mentioned, I see that you guys work in New York. If I understand the business correctly, you guys take over people's apartments and then turn them into a sort of dispersed hotel. How do you confront the zoning challenges in a situation like that that prohibit that kind of business?
For sure. So what we do is limit the types of the business model that we have in a city depending on its regulatory environment. So in a place that's like complete green card, like Chicago, we actually register them as vacation rentals, and we make sure that they're in the right zoning. And then on the other hand, in markets like New York, we only act as the manager for people who are already doing it, who are thinking of subletting their places out. So Flatbook as a company isn't the one that's in charge of the short-term rental. We're just enabling it in the same way that Airbnb doesn't violate laws, right? It's just a platform that people can use. The people that are on it are violating it, and we take a similar stance. So, but regardless, I think that the bigger question here is like, do these laws make sense in order to protect the interests of the people that live in those neighborhoods? And I think the answer is gray. Like sometimes it's to their detriment, sometimes it's to their advantage. So it's really circumstantial. But the overall trend in the legalization is in the legalization of the sharing economy in the majority of the markets, because it's happening anyways. The argument is that it's better to kind of put structure around it than to completely ban it and have it fail.
I just had a follow-up to that. Just coming from like an urban planning perspective, I think there's like very real world implications to this kind of stuff that you're seeing in places like in Santa Monica, I believe banned Airbnb just because of the potential negative effects of property value, and like there's a whole nother economy now, people acquiring new homes for the sole purpose of making money off of these homes. And when there's like a housing scarcity issue, I'm just wondering how you guys, because it's an inherently sort of social activity that you guys are engaging in, but how do you confront the sort of other social aspect, which is lack of housing? And
yeah, for sure. So the Boston census, the latest figures we have is for 2010, show that just in Back Bay, there are 700 properties that are occasional or seasonal, the vast majority of which is not on Airbnb or any rental site right now and sits vacant. And in the whole, in Boston, where there are no numbers for Cambridge that we've managed to find, but in Boston as a whole, there are 3,000 of those properties. If Flatbook manages just 20% of that, that's 600 rooms, say with 2 bedrooms on average, would be the biggest hotel in the city, right? And we wouldn't have taken one single property off the market for rental property. So we have that kind of consciousness. But another argument is, if ever the zoning is proper to build a hotel or build a boutique hotel, then surely it's okay to take like a rundown hotel and renovate it into a couple of properties that we rent out on Airbnb, and we've done a lot of those deals. So
the other piece on that question, on one side you're saying it harms property values, so we need to stop, and then the other side you're saying it makes property values too high, and so nobody can afford them. So I mean, that's what happens when lobbyists come in, right? The hotels are saying, well, let's argue with this group that says it's making housing unaffordable, and let's argue with this group that it's making their property values go down. Both can't be true, right? And I don't know. The complaint around a lot of this is trying to apply 20th century solutions to 21st century problems. But with the New York law with Airbnb, it's not even a 20th century solution. It was a 2011 law that the hotel lobby had put in place to try to limit the growth of Airbnb. So just think about who's actually being protected by stifling innovation in this space.
That's not quite true.
Yes?
I was just curious if I'm understanding this correctly based on what you were speaking about vacation rentals in homes that aren't currently occupied. If people are in an economic strata where they have second and third homes that aren't being occupied, in my mind, I would think that they're doing it because they aren't interested in it, and there's no they aren't really doing it for the extra income, and the extra tax benefit would only be nominal for their interest. So I was wondering what sort of value proposition you're giving to this upper echelon in order to occupy those second and third homes. If you could speak to that.
Yeah, so only in the US, there's estimated between 8.8 and 9 million second homes that are sitting there. And less than 3.5 million of those are rented out for 2 weeks or more a year. So 60% of that inventory, you're absolutely right. People are saying, look, I don't need the money, I'm rich. I'm gonna let them sit there. Of that 60%, there's no doubt some level of Bill Gateses and Warren Buffett's that say, there's no amount of money that's gonna let me put a stranger in my room. Now, what companies like Flatbook do and Rented do is say, well, what do you do when you go on vacation to the second home? Say, well, I do spring cleaning, I do touch-up painting, I had to fix the hot water heater, I had to mow the lawn. You say, well, how about this? I have a company that wants to pay you $10,000 a month to do all that work for you. So when you show up, your whole place is clean and you can actually have a vacation. And when you leave, they're gonna clean it for you. Would you like that? And that opens up the door on a surprising number of that other 60%.
So it's middle income, it's like middle income homes, like middle class families who happen to have a second home?
It's definitely can be 1%ers. I mean, the true luxury today is time. And if your time is spent when you're supposed to be on vacation instead of in your legal office, you think you're on vacation, but you're having to mop the floors and dust around, that's a pain. And you could pay somebody to do it, or someone could pay you to do that for you.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Thanks. Andrea?
So this morning we had an extensive conversation about community, and specifically around co-working, accelerator, and incubator spaces. And their business model is really about bringing people together, creating a sense of entrepreneurship, and then flourishing and cultivating that to make economic growth. As we move through the day, the connection between like real physical community and digital community is sort of transcending. But I'd like to bring it back and ask you all three, how is your product, how is it actually cultivating community in a neighborhood or a district, or within the building members, or within the actual physical space, if it can? And I'd be curious about your thoughts on that.
Yeah, for sure. What we find, in fact, is that the in-building demand, when we're in a large commercial office tower, depending on the day, we can see more demand from in-building than from anywhere else. And that's because people have small offices or don't have enough conference space or need somewhere to get away or take a nap where their boss won't see them hiding under their desk. And that becomes really powerful because it's sort of a commons. And depending on the owner and depending on the property, maybe you do have some sort of shared amenity, and maybe there's nothing in particular that's new about the Breather shared amenity. But what we found in New York and in San Francisco, and I think in Boston too, is that when you have a space that everyone in the building knows is available to them for their work projects or maybe their personal projects or side passion projects, it is a space that creates conversations. And so maybe you meet someone that you otherwise would never see unless you happen to bump them in the elevator because you both came to an event in the Breather space. And we think that's really important, especially as people are spending a lot more time not necessarily connecting to the physical environment and spending a lot more time in front of screens or on FaceTime calls with people who are miles away. It can get harder and harder to know your actual neighbors and the people that you actually see day to day. So we love the fact that Breather does create sort of a community and a heart within a neighborhood or within a building.
Something, I suppose that the community aspect that Flatbook is able to deliver has very much to do with the neighborhood itself, in that hotels are, by some economic necessity, need to be close to the downtown core in most North American cities. And the vast majority of our properties are not in that downtown core. And so this means that when you wake up in the morning and then you want to go for a quick coffee, if you were staying at the downtown hotel, for sure you wouldn't travel 3 miles away in order to go at that really cool coffee shop that perhaps you've heard of or you want to discover, because it's inconvenient. So being located in a variety of neighborhoods allows you to discover, various faces of the same city. So every time I come to Boston, I try and stay at a Flatbook if there's one that's available. And I've stayed in Brookline, I've stayed in Back Bay, I've stayed near Harvard Square, and like every time I discover a new facet of Boston, and I visit new shops, and I interact in a different neighborhood. Whereas if I was staying at the downtown hotel, perhaps I would be, drinking my coffee at Starbucks. So I guess that's the extent to which the community aspect is encouraged in the sharing economy, and it's often thought that there's a lot of meeting your host and a lot of social interaction. Vast majority of cases this is not something that is common for entire place rentals. And so what's left is the fact that you're in a great neighborhood that you can discover, and that just makes travel so much more lively in my view.
And it's not just for the participants, right? So you're staying in a Flatbook and you're getting to a new neighborhood, but it's also because there are Flatbooks there, the people in the area are also meeting new people they wouldn't otherwise meet. And that's, the more you meet people unlike yourself, the more you interact with more and more people, that you get in a lift and you have to sit in the front seat and you start having this interaction with the driver, that builds this sense of community, that builds this whole social aspect that people love so much about it. Even if there is a professional layer that guarantees you have a certain experience when you turn out the lights, but by being embedded in the neighborhood, both sides really do benefit from that.
Yeah. I told my Airbnb guest to attend the conference. Her name is Erin. I don't know if she's here, but that's part of the community, right? You get these experiences, level of authenticity, personalization, and by making it more professional, you can satisfy both worlds, right? Yeah, less risk. Steve?
In leases for potentially clauses in your lease against subletting and also temporary subletting, and then similarly with rented, do you run up against condominium bylaws and HOA agreements that prevent any kind of short-term activity?
So if we just went berserk and took everything that was available to us, we'd probably have 4,000 and not 400 properties now. We've only selected about 10% of the deals that are presented to us, mainly because we have to agree with the landlord and we have to have a written agreement that says, Flatbook will rent this to travelers, will rent this to a whole variety of people, and you're not going to get to, interview them in person, and so this is part of our business development process, is that we ensure that we're in it for the long term. When we go into a place, we want to set it up and kind of just have it run for several years, and so we make sure that we have the agreements from the landlords to do so.
Presumably you go to buildings and neighborhoods where you can avoid or find a favorable zoning issue and also a favorable lease structure
That's
in
the
a
idea.
particular building.
Yeah.
So. And in rented, have you come up?
Rented, we have a standardized contract. So the contract explicitly states this is for the purpose of short-term rentals. It has the rep and warranty from the homeowner that this is within the rights of my HOA board if I have one. And if the law changes, then this whole contract can be void. So yeah, we protect both sides on that.
Great, thank you.
Any questions? You have another question?
Yeah, I don't mean to dominate the question.
No.
But, one question I do like to ask with startups is, who are you disrupting? Who do you think you're disrupting? And I'd like each of the three of you to answer that for me.
For us, it's disrupting ways of doing things. So traditionally, in the vacation rental space or property management space, if it's an investment property, you had one way to do it. Because you did not physically live in the geography where that property was, you were dependent on a local manager. And because of that, they were charging 40 to 50% commissions, but putting all the financial risk on the owner. And then the internet came along, and VRBO and Airbnb came along, and owners said, well, that's terrible. I can do this myself with this internet thing, and I can keep all the money. The downside of that is, by Airbnb and HomeAway's own numbers, these people spend 8 to 10 hours every week doing all the stuff the professional used to do. And as you brought up, these are people that have enough money to buy second and third homes. Their time's actually worth something. So we created this third option that says, well, instead of you doing all the work and taking the financial risk, or someone else doing the work but making you take the financial risk and taking a huge cut, we'll be like Lending Tree and make all the management companies compete against each other, bid against each other to buy the week's wholesale from you. You get the guaranteed income without any of the work. The best managers can pay the highest prices. They grow their inventory, and they get to scale more quickly.
I think we're disrupting a couple things. We're disrupting the way traditional offices work. If we give people an option, which means they don't actually need a full-time office anymore, that's really powerful. Commercial real estate industry is a $14 trillion industry, so that's a really big problem, let's say. That means there's a lot of scale there. And then I think just in terms of the on-demand aspect, we think of Starbucks as something that's sort of the closest alternative. Although there's crummy Wi-Fi, it's loud, it's not private, it's probably dirty, and the bathrooms maybe gross. That's maybe a close alternative. There aren't great alternatives today, which is one reason that we think it's so compelling.
I don't think we're yet at a stage of disruption. Like, we're just too small. I think that Hilton has 450,000 hotel rooms, whereas we're just a speck of dust. But I think that 20, 30 years from now, the full effect of these brands, and I'm sure there will be others other than Flatbook that will follow suit, just like they did in the hotel world, will have a significant impact on the hotel industry, for sure. So I think that perhaps they're not going to have hotels shut down as a result of the sharing economy, but for sure, whereas they could have doubled the quantity of hotels they have in New York, well, I doubt that's going to happen as a result of the sharing economy growing so quickly in those markets.
Thanks. You had a question?
I think the Starbucks analogy really rings a bell. People don't go to Starbucks because of good coffee. They go to Starbucks because they can go anywhere in the world and they know exactly what they're getting, even if it's not exactly what they want, because they don't want to take a chance. And so it seems like all three of your businesses are balancing this community and being extremely original, but also this, you want to be ubiquitous as well. And can you guys each just describe one of the most recent challenges you guys each have had as far as your business development of finding that balance between unique and community but scalable?
Sure. So for us, our spaces really range in size. And so our smallest space is, let's say, 150 square feet, and it's perfect if you need somewhere quiet to take a conference call or meet one-on-one. Our largest space is, let's say, 700, 750 square feet, and you could have 15 people in there all day to host an offsite. And so there are inherent challenges in trying to find small spaces, frankly. So what we end up doing is leasing up to, let's say, 3,000 square feet and subdividing the space into individual breather suites. And we're testing that now. Is there something that's special and magical about going to a breather space where it's the only one off of a hallway and it feels like it's your space? Does it feel different if you walk into an entryway that leads to 3 different breather spaces? So we do a lot with design and with user testing and the actual furniture that goes into a space and the lighting that goes into a space, because the brand promise is something that's comfortable but stylish, that is feels achievable and available, but also really special. And so we're experimenting, and from the small space to the large space, you definitely find features in common. And we want to be sure that we can offer those no matter what sort of space we're in. But we are in a mode of figuring out how to best deliver that. And in some cities and in some real estate markets, it's easier to do that than others. I don't know if that's a great answer, but I think it's related.
For us, it's definitely the challenge of making sure that we lose none of the authenticity of the experience of renting an apartment in a great neighborhood. So as we scale, we can potentially furnish one apartment and find like great artwork that's used. But then if we have to deliver 30 in a month, how do we scale that? So that's the challenge that we're facing right now. Turns out that one element of answer to that is just to like always be on the lookout and like kind of build an inventory of cool things that over the years, so that when we do have that big spike, we have a lot of non-IKEA stuff that we can put into these places.
And we're B2B, right? So we're the owners connecting with professional managers, so that nobody really wants a unique experience on that. As an owner, you want to make sure, no, I just know my home's taken care of. And as a manager, you're only going to try to acquire properties that fit whatever you're looking for your portfolio. So our whole value prop is we have a standard process. We have a standard contract. So we don't really go against that tension of we're not trying to be unique on each property.
I have time for one more question. Here you go. Need a microphone? Make it 2, maybe.
Hi, I have a question. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question for Breather and Rented. So for Rented, a lot of people who have a second home is highly value this flexibility, and I can go back to the second home whenever I want, this spontaneous trip. In your contract, how long in advance does the owner have to tell the management company when they want to go back? How do you deal with their desire to be flexible?
Yeah, so on that, 20% of people either really enjoy managing it and want to know every guest that comes in which case they would not work with us. We'd be a terrible option for them because they'd lose that ability. Same with if somebody likes to go every other weekend or last minute, we wouldn't be a great option for them. So what we are is for people who want to keep 3 or 4 weeks themselves and sell the other 47, 48 weeks. If, say they sold 48 weeks and decide, well, I want to take an extra week, they have to book it just like a normal guest would because they've already gotten paid for that week at the commercial rate. So they can still book it, but now that you have that money, why not go to Madrid for the weekend instead of going to the home you've been to 55 times?
Thank you. And for Breather as well, this question of spontaneity of the living room owner, for example. If I live in a bedroom, but I want to rent out the living room as a private workspace, and all of a sudden I felt really sick at work, so I had to go home during the day. What would happen, and how do you accommodate that kind of owner?
So we don't work with any residential properties. So when we talk about a partner space, we're partnering with a commercial business. So we'll partner with a hotel that has event space that we can offer on our platform to our clients, and it's a co-branded experience. But every space is a commercial space, so we're not in anyone's homes. They look like homes because they're so beautiful, and they have couches.
They're domesticized. workspace almost.
Yeah, so when we do have a partner space, we work with the partner to figure out the hours that the space should be available. And then when they need it for their own use, they can book it on the platform as easily as one of our members could. So if we partner with a small business that says, I have an extra conference room and we're not going to be using it any Monday, Wednesday, or Friday afternoon, then Monday, Wednesday, Friday afternoon, it's offered up on the Breather platform.
We have time for one last question, actually. Andrea? Oh.
Okay, so all of you are in the business of actually making space better. So you really are making space beautiful and luxurious for new people to come in. And over time, the more spaces that you actually procure and take in to design and make more beautiful, you're actually decreasing the maintenance costs for that of the landlord. Do you get a profit share on that?
I don't know. It doesn't. No, not really.
Because you're driving down the operating costs for the developer or for the landlord or for the person who's actually owning the space.
Conceivably. It depends on the deal, conceivably. So relative to another office tenant, maybe, maybe not. Do we have a better build out than a tech office tenant who throws a bunch of IKEA desks in a white room? Yes. So does it show better if the building owner says, I might market this for sale, or I want to show other potential tenants in the building what they could do with their space? Yes. And we end up taking a lot of space where we do, in some cases, a fair amount of construction work, and we do add a lot of value, and we beautify space that maybe for other users isn't as attractive for whatever reason. So that happens. I don't think that we're at a point yet. I think we're going to get to a point where landlords realize that the sort of arb that happens with the way that they lease space by the square foot, by year, and the way that we offer space by the hour, there's a really compelling arb that's happening there. And landlords are just starting to understand that, and the ones that are love to work with us because they see that there's a huge opportunity. As more and more of that happens, I think we may get some of that, I think that is a sort of reasonable next step. We're not there yet, so.
For us, it's one of the arguments that we use for business development is to say, look, there's someone that's going to come into the place and make it squeaky 5-star clean a few times every month at least. And so that just makes the business development process easier for us. But we're really not at a negotiate. We don't have the negotiating power to start, saying because we're such great tenants, then we should have this at a discounted price. But as our value is more and more recognized and we have the networks to not be so, in order to grow the pipeline at the rate that we want it to grow, then perhaps that's something that will occur. I know for sure that WeWork already is at that phase where they can negotiate really good terms on their leases as a result of the fact that they enhance it.
I mean, because we charge transaction fees, that's essentially what we do. I mean, both sides aren't only going to do the deal if they feel they're economically better off. And so by taking a cut of that, we are taking a slice.
Cool. All right, thank you very much. And that's the sharing economy for you. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. We're starting our panel. So for the people who are still outside the room, we'll wait for a few minutes for the people outside to come in. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. And I know the weather outside is gorgeous, but I'm pretty sure you are enjoying this conference more. So welcome to the final panel, Community Building. My name is Jay Ying. I was an urban planner by training, but I'm now studying at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, focusing on built environment, aging, and population health. I'm really honored to be here, serve as a moderator of the final panel today. In this panel, we have three outstanding speakers. They'll discuss the roles of planners, healthcare professionals, and developers in making community livable and sustainable. Okay. Let me introduce our first speaker, Dr. Yifan Yu. Dr. Yu is a professor at the Department of Urban Planning of Tongji University. She's also a research fellow of Paris-Sorbonne University and consultant of Health City program at Harvard. She holds a PhD from School of Advanced Studies in the Social Science in Paris. Dr. Yu also serves as a planner expert of China Aging Population Community, Vice President of Shanghai Urban Planning Association. She is a founder of the Aging Community Lab at Tongji University. So in short, she is a teacher, researcher, and a practitioner. Today, she will talk about age-friendly community. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Yifan Yu.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, friends. I'm Yifan Yu from Tongji University. I'm an urban planner and also a researcher. I do think aging problem in China today is a key word for the future 21st century's development for the whole country. But to be honest, the whole country, including the big cities, small cities, and the rural areas, we haven't really prepared accordingly for the trend of aging. So that is a big problem maybe in the future. But also, maybe there have also a big opportunity for the future development. People now regarding it in two different sides. So today I will take Shanghai like example. There's two reasons, because first of all, Shanghai is the first city step into aging community, aging society in 1978. And secondly, like a professor in the Tongji University, which is located in Shanghai, so we have done a lot of survey in Shanghai. So today's talking is more likely based on some survey data, analyze, and I hope that can be helpful. So let's start from this picture. So you will see that the banner reads like nursing home, get out of the community. If you are Chinese reader, and you may see that it's even worse, very cruel words that this dying man's home, please go away. So what's happened in the community and how people regard this nursing home for the community? Is there no need for the community for a nursing home? Or we should blame of all the residents, they are selfish, or they no awareness about all the aging populations? Or either, like an urban planner, maybe we should take care of about the location, or even there are some problem like the functional deployment. So anyway, there must be something wrong that make this resistance from the residents to this nursing home in the community. So let's go further inside to the problem for the community's needs. So first of all, I want to share a common idea with you about the aging population's trend in Shanghai. So for this graph, you will see that there are, if we consider according to the Statistic Bureau in Shanghai, we have 14 million population. That means it's the household registration. That means 户籍人口is different with the total population we talked about yesterday. But during among all those 14 million population, we have 28.8%, which who are 60 and over. So that means between each 3 or 4 population in Shanghai, there's one people is 60 and over. And among those 60 and over, there are each like 2 or 3, there have one 80 and over. So you will see that a lot of population, a quite important portion of population have already been aged. And this chart will show you very clearly an idea about the rapid growth phase. Because today we are here in 2015, but this trend begins from 2010. So we'll see that the peak will arrive at 2030, and this peak will bring us 6 million aged people, means 60 and over. So this huge trend about aging population, what we have done for them for the physical environment, built community, or for the service or care system, what we have done, we need to look back into it. So this chart just show you that for the 2030s, this part people, nowadays they are primarily like 40s, 50s, and no more than 60s. And this is a big part of them will arrive, their retirement life will step into that. So for this case, we make a survey in the community, try to understand which kind of pension mode they want to take. Because if you are Chinese or if you know Chinese well, so for the tradition culture, the family has the responsibility to have their old parents with them till the last day. But this changed partially because of low rate births, and the young family, they have 4 old parents. That will be difficult to afford to make a big family together. And also, we think that when they aged, they grow bigger, the number, and also just think about yourself. When we step into 60, and we will be different with our parents, they all hold ideas that I will stay with my family, but maybe I will not think in this way. So by our survey, it shows that there have 93.7% residents in the community in Shanghai. They want stay in the home, the dwelling unit, they always to be, and either with their family or without their family. And there are only 2.4% aged people. They are willing to move into the institutional care homes. And they also have almost 4% people, they are accept the new idea about going to a senior housing. That means it's a new built environment with community, with very good care, normally with a very high price to afford. And if we compare with the national pattern for the future population structure and the pension mode, we'll see that's constantly the same result, because the national strategy is, we call that 9073 strategy. It's 97-3 strategy. Means that 90% aged stay at home, take care of at home, and 7% will take care of by the community or in the community, and 3 will go to the institution. By traditional way, the institution will be built by the public resource, and this is 7% in the community. That means they don't live where they live, the neighborhood, but maybe they have already been put into a daycare or a short stay facilities. But that means they don't live really, but they can take a lot of care from the community. So what we have done during the over 5 or 6 years, we have done constantly survey in the community. That means we do the questionnaire and we do the interview with the elderly people. It's including me and my PhD students and my master students. Sometimes when we do the questionnaires, there's some bachelor students. So that is chance, I wanted to thank you to them. And also the field investigation, like the urban planner and the designer, when we go to the field, go to the community, we can see something maybe wrong, maybe not correct for the elder people. So where we have done all those investigations, so in Shanghai, the inner city, a little bit outskirts, and where we have done all those investigations, there's marked on there, and they have 3 different types of housing. Like Lilong, they're almost in the inner city, in very good location, but very dense, very high portion of aged people. And this kind of aged people, we can say that they always very low level of income. And the other kind of resident area will be the Xinchun. They all built between, it's after the PR China, and before the reform economy. So they are under the planet economy system built. So they all located a little bit outskirts, but not so far. And the other one will be commodity and affordable housing. Most of them will be outside of the city in outskirts or between the inner and outskirts. And some of them will be in the city when the renovation happened, but will be a small scale. So this is 3 type housing we have been involved. But as you know, maybe you will think that all those questionnaire people, when they answer the question, when they want to say yes or no, they don't have many choice. And by some certain case, somebody will say something that doesn't mean the true purpose, maybe. So we wanted to take another test to make all those results more objectively, not all from the subjective evaluation. So we create this community elderly behavior moderating system. This is an app on the cell phone, and then we will use the cell phone here. And then with the Westband, we use Fitbit. Maybe some of you will use Fitbit now. So with these 2 equipment together, we give to the elderly people in the community. They are now filling out their questionnaire and then to sign out with the contract with us. Then they will take this 2 equipment. then we can trace their behaviors. So where they go, how far they can go, what is the frequency for every day's outgoing outdoor activity, where they have been, and how frequently they've been there, and what they have doing. And with this Wristband Fitbit, we can know much better for their health condition with sleep qualities, and also for how many steps have done during the day, and heart beating times. So with all those data, we can do something, of course, but most importantly, we want to have a result more objectively to know the elderly people, how they use the physical environment. So this is the preliminary result till nowadays. This experiment we start from September till nowadays have been 3 weeks already, but the purpose is the duration will be 3 months. There have 71 elderly people take this equipment and sign the contract. So this is the first result. We can see already somebody how far and how frequent they go outside of the community. The community is here, and Tongji University is here, because all the residents here will be highly related to the campus. So you will see that somebody appears quite frequent. And the others will go to the hospital, and also they have park, the street park, the public park, also somebody here. So this survey gives us more information about how to understand the people's behavior preference, and also we want to take, to better understand the performance about all the facilities in the community existing already, how it's going. So let's go to the findings. One of them is the different residence areas will focus the different problems, like Lilong, very high density, very high portion of aged population, but Xinchun will be a little bit lower, but also with some public space. But the public space will be will be much more than the other two kind of communities in this case. So this is the first thing, the different community have different demands. And second things, we see that clearly there are different demands in the city and outskirts. Especially, there are only 1 point. If 5 is the dissatisfaction and 1 is the highly satisfaction. So there only one outskirt will be more satisfied than the others. That is the outdoor environment. That's quite easy to understand because all those outskirt community are recently building. And the others, especially for the neighborhood relationships and also for the urban facilities, their surroundings will be much worse in outskirt than in inner city. And the other findings, let's go quickly. First of all, will be the renovation for elderly people's fit. It's needed in the different, neither it's in the Lilong like this, people have nowhere to go. So the different generation will share the entrance space here. They sit here in the summer. And in Xinchun, this elderly woman take the stool, just chasing the sunshine in between, in the gap of the building's shadow. So that means there doesn't have anywhere to go, so they don't have many choice. And all those Xinchun's buildings, they have 6th floor without elevators. They have just the walk up street stairs here. So by our survey, there are quite a lot of people aged or a little bit disabled or sickness people. There are even many months they don't go downstairs to outdoor, they just stay. So that is quite worse for their health. And even in the new built areas like this picture, so you will see that the path for the walkabilities looks nice, but when you use a wheelchair here and you are stuck here. So that means the urban planner and the designers, they don't really have the awareness, the recognition about what the elderly residents they need. And also, the focus is different with the age, self-care ability, and economy ability, and whether live with the family, with or without, that's quite different. Another finding is interesting is the residents, elderly residents, most of them has no request for the community. When we just ask them, what do you think the community can do for you? They have no idea at all. But if you offer them 10 answers, like the first medical care or service, in-home service, they will have all these 10. They say, yes, we need. So that means they don't think about what we can get from the community as usual as in the West country. And another findings is no interest in participating. When we ask them, do you think their need for the renovation, for the elderly fit renovation, the answer is quite same, yes. But when we ask further, if you wanted to take part of them, for example, to which part and how to rebuild the community, and the answer will be no. So what we understand is the elderly population in the community, they don't have the confidence about their self-influence about the community. And also, they have not this kind of awareness that will have some reason for the history, reasons behind. So finally, we have some result that if we give a sequence about all those needs in the community, the first will be medical, and then healthcare, and community activities, and the communications. And the higher demands are shown in suburban than the inner city. So this part quite interesting for us. We do it with the sociologist, that is social capital with the health condition. We do it, the health, to 3 different parts. The first part is subjective health sense. That means, do you think you health? And second, well, the psychology health, and the last one will be the physiology health. So we try to measure the different health condition by the social capital. As I don't have many time left, so I don't go into detail. But something clear that if you have more social support, if you have more contact, you will feel more healthier than you actually does. And also, if you have more social support and connection, and you will more easily and to be shown that you frequently in the community center or in the community's public space. Finally, and the length of the residence and the mental health has a significant correlation. So for the framework for the age-friendly community, I built this model because the physical environment can, like urban planner, architect, so we can build more public space relevant, suitable for the aged need, and to make the social work and the social capital works, and that can provide the formal and informal care to the elderly people. And of course, the community facility is directly going in the source of formal care delivery, so that's quite important. And between them, they have a patient resource. This is the second part. Let me to pass it quite relatively quick. So nowadays, all those patient resources come from 2 parts. First is the medical and health ministry, and the second is the national civil affairs. So both of them will take care of the person, the elderly persons. They have low income and they have the disability or they have dementia problem. So that means all these resources, they go forward to the people. They are vulnerable group. So that means, but in the future, China will go into the Pratt and Whitney system. We look forward to that. But this software, this social welfare will go into the software and hardware. And hardware is our responsibility how to build and create an age-friendly community, and that can provide the formal care. But that means all those resources cannot directly go for the elderly people. They need some special reservoir, need some special space to make it happen. And that's what is the supply way, and how we can make it happen by building something. So the patient service here, and when we go there, the first thing will be nursing home, like the first page we show you. So that means all those people, they really have some disabilities and dementias. They need to go somewhere to have some special care, medical care. And the community facilities, well, most important will be daycare center, means people can go there, have some medical care, home care, and for the daycare. And some of them can stay there for a short stay, like 30 days nowadays. If you want to stay for a long time, the price will go very high, and you go back to your home. Because the purpose, in radical purpose, is aging in place. Please just stay at home, and you can have formal care and informal care at once. And the others, of course. So there one part here is communities. This pension service can provide in the community or by the community, but there have some creative ideas to make something just between the nursing home and the daycare institution. Like this is very famous case. It's one friend of mine named Ding Yong in Pudong. So this is just on the first floor of a normal building, 6th floor. So the communities committee give this space to them, and they have very limited out space for take some sport, some activities, and just one room for medical care. So quite easy and quite simple. And this entrepreneur is just private, but the space offered by the community, that's for free. And these facilities, they have 30 beds for the daycare, and half of them will be like free because paid by the community, and another half will be paid, and this paid money will go to this entrepreneur for this business for go forward this business. Another thing is senior center. That's quite easy to understand. I put this Cambridge senior center just beside us. It's just nearby. The picture I take there, and very surprisingly, they have a very huge, big community of Chinese elderly people. Even they live very far away from Cambridge, but they take subway, they take bus, come here just for a meeting with the other Chinese elderly together. The same things, and this is quite be welcome in the community. Like urban planner and the city, we need to make a scheme work, like a framework, to make the facilities have been more reasonable, and also can be some kind of guideline for the future built facilities, where, how much, how big, and how many needs. So this is the framework from the needs study, and then to the city's pension facility layout and district. And then go to the policy guideline. I do think that's quite, we can look forward how it works, because nowadays we have many problems for make the elderly facilities in the community happen, because even for the land use, there have many conflicts to make it outside of the community. And plus, all those residents, they don't really like it happen in the community. So by this case, the urban planners can do some guidelines to all those pink point is daycare center, and this map shows the coverage of Minhang district in Shanghai, how many daycare centers. But all those blue areas are residential areas. That means the daycare center is relatively not enough to the communities they need. And there have nursing homes location with the elderly population in Minhang. And the colors more deep is the density of the elderly people's more high, the density more high, higher. So you also can see that the nursing homes location, how it's fit to the need of the community, where the elderly people more likely to be gathered together. And all those people want aging place. Even they go to the facility, they don't want to be too far from their family. So there are some articles we published during the last 2 years. If you wanted to take a global view, maybe that can help you. But the last page I want to show that there is geared collaboration between the service provider, relevant administrative bodies, elderly, neighborhood, communities committee, and all those pension service production and supply must go with them. And that is our that we learned from the last 5-6 years from the survey, and also that we believe how to build an age-friendly community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yu, for giving us such a wonderful, comprehensive, evidence-based research about the age-friendly community in Shanghai, which is very important for planners to make planning interventions in the near future. So our second speaker is Anne Doyer. Anne is a healthcare leader with track record of inspiring teams to achieve bold results in healthcare organizations and senior services. Anne is now Vice President of LaSalle College and the President of the LaSalle Village, an innovative continuing care retirement community located on the campus of LaSalle College in Newton, with distinguished lifelong learning programs. Anne holds a BA from Tufts University in political science and an MBA from Stanford Graduate School of Business. She was a Fulbright Scholar in Sweden, studying alternative models of housing and health care of older adults. Today, she will talk about LaSalle Village, a new concept for senior living. So let's welcome Anne.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to talk about a little different sharing economy. So here, I'm going to talk about a senior living, independent senior living apartment buildings that are sharing a college campus. And what I'd like to do in this very short time ahead of us is provide a case study of the only senior living community in the country that is zoned as an educational institution, and then talk about some of the elements of success for an age-friendly campus and living community. LaSalle Village is a senior community just down the road in Newton, Massachusetts. We're right on the subway line, and we are on a college campus called LaSalle College. We were established 15 years ago, and as I mentioned, we were zoned by the city as an educational institution. Now, we have lots of zoning requirements in the United States, and oftentimes it's very hard to get built what you want to get built. And in this case, the land was already zoned as an educational institution because it was part of LaSalle College. And through many years of negotiation with the city permitted the college to build the senior living community with the stipulation that all of the residents had to meet the same educational requirements as the students, which means that they are required to take 450 hours a year of academic courses, mentoring, volunteer activities, educational travel, fitness, but it's a minimum of 450 hours a year. The residents don't actually purchase their apartment, but they pay a fee for their apartment, and upon their death or when they move out, their estate or they get 90% of that fee that they paid up front back. So this is what is called a continuing care retirement community. There are lots of different financial models. In this model, it's a way for residents to protect some of their assets, but it's also a way for them to live in a community where they receive many, many benefits. We have 182 apartments, as well as continuing care through to the end of life, including health care. So we have 9 supported living apartments, and that's really a place for people to live who need 24-hour care, and then on up to skilled nursing or short-term rehab if you have to get your hip replaced or knee replaced, say, for example. Some of the special attributes of LaSalle Village are that we are right there on a college campus, which means that we have students and seniors interacting constantly. It's not a forced situation. That's the way we are. It was designed and originated by the college initially more for economic reasons, but in fact it has evolved into a very, very key component of the college life, and of course the seniors' life. We have a full range of educational programs, intergenerational programs, lectures, trips. It's almost anything you can imagine. Our residents can walk to buses. They can actually take the GO bus to New York City, and many do, because it's right at Riverside T-Stop with a bus service into New York City, or take the trolley into Boston. And that's wonderful from an age-friendly environment standpoint. We also have a research institution at the college whose sole purpose is to look at what's the impact of intergenerational activities, programming, discussions, and so forth on both seniors and youth. And it's called the Fuss Center for Research on Aging and Intergenerational Studies. So I recently joined LaSalle Village as the president, and I absolutely love the philosophy. And I can tell you from being there that it really is part of every person who is there. And it's really that learning isn't a chore or a task. It's a requirement, but I'll tell you that for our residents, it's really an approach to living. And it's a way for them to experience new things every day, and frankly, to not think about their aging bodies, but to think about the vibrancy of the courses that they're taking. One of the residents recently said to me that in the evening, when they're having dinner, they never have organ concerts. And I thought, I wonder why they don't have organ concerts. I guess we don't have an organ. And she said, no, I mean organs. We don't talk about our organs. So we don't have organ concerts in terms of talking about, my heart and what's going on. Because people are talking about the class that they just came from. And that is absolutely true. I have experienced this many, many times. In fact, this gentleman, Paul, is a very famous jazz pianist. He just turned 91. He is amazing, and he frequently gives concerts, not the organ variety, but jazz concerts. And it's really, truly wonderful. And students come down for this. He plays right here in Harvard Square, and so it's a lot easier for students to come down next door to our community than to come into Harvard Square. And residents are really engaged in the entire community. Their ages, you must be 65 to move in. Our age range currently is 70 to 102. Our oldest are taking classes, although it is permissible to be waived out of that requirement for health reasons. But when our residents are waived out, they usually don't want to be. They want to continue to come to the courses, and will get a friend or volunteer to take them. We have a very high collaboration with the college. So I both serve as the head of the senior community, but I also sit on the senior team of the college, which means that there's constant engagement in thinking about how we can improve the lives of the college students with our senior community, as well as vice versa. And I think that integration is really key, because I have a foot in each, the college and the senior community. Our residents do run the show at the senior community. We have monthly town halls, much like this. I am grilled on all sorts of things. At the last meeting last month, there were a whole series of conversations around the future actuarial soundness of our business model, because they're studying the finances and they're asking me about it, which I think is really critical. They're not passive people living in their community. They're actively engaged, and probably won't surprise many of you that lots of them have been educators, professors, college presidents, hospital CEOs. These are folks who've had very rich and vibrant careers themselves and are now giving back in new ways at LaSalle Village. I just want to highlight at the bottom one really here is that what began as a resident requirement is now an expectation. And our residents routinely surpass that 450 hours. In fact, they always tell me they have to keep track because we have to report it to the city because of our zoning. But they always say, oh, after 450 hours, I just stop counting, and I usually hit that by the end of August. So they're very engaged. I want to emphasize the connected learning piece. One of the tenets of the college is to really give the students a lot of internships and real-life experiences. It's a college where just over 40% of the students are first-generation college students, and they have not had many of the opportunities that our residents have had in the senior living community. So they're really looking to our residents. Oftentimes, they'll come down and want to give practice a talk for a class, and our residents can give some feedback. Or they will, in fact, interview them for different courses that they have. And it's not always on their experience in the past. I just sat in an intergenerational discussion this past week where there were about 50 students and about 50 seniors who came to an auditorium like this. They got in small groups, and they were discussing what they knew about and what their feelings were about transitioning students at the college. And it was fascinating. This is not something you normally would have 90-year-olds sitting next to 19-year-olds talking about. Oh, I want to mention we are also the largest employer of students, which is terrific. So in the dining room, the students are meeting the residents. We have lifeguards who are students. I mean, they're actually doing almost everything. We have on the campus, child care center, so we have from 0 to 102. We have a couple, I'm going to give you a program example, a research example, and then a course example. We have a lot of speakers, and a lot of those speakers are actually presenting research. Recently, we had a professor at Northeastern talking about research on the study of aging and the impact, what it can teach us about happiness. And again, there were students and residents, seniors in the audience, and the older folks were very, very surprised. I mean, the younger folks were very surprised that as you get older, your happiness quotient can go up. And they were saying, I don't get that. Why is that? And one of the seniors said, well, you're all stressed out about your classes and so forth. And we realize now what's important. And that's not as important as the quality of our relationships. And we understand what's important. And so it's these kind of rich conversations which make a difference. The FUS Center is holding all sorts of research studies and putting out, this comes from an email, to residents. This one in particular was looking at how people of different ages approach different situations. So they're very frequently asking for residents to participate in these studies. And then students are working on the studies. And finally, we have so many courses, it's like looking at any college catalog. But we also have access to all the courses at the college, as well as courses that are held at the senior community. And students come down and they run the gamut. One of the areas of focus at LaSalle College is fashion, so a lot of the students are very interested in coming down and talking with seniors about fashion and how it's changed and evolved over time, as well as the full gamut of other classes. I mentioned healthcare, and obviously, as we just heard in the last presentation, this is a critical component. We have our mind and keeping our mind active, which is critical for our overall health, but stuff happens to our bodies as we get older. And we have right there on our campus the entire continuum of care. And what we find is people move in and out. It doesn't mean that you move somewhere and you stay there. Because we're all on one campus, we have 16 different buildings it's very residential, feels like a college campus. People are moving back and forth, as it should be, because our physical needs and our mental needs change over time. And I want to close by just talking about the relationship with the college, because this is critical. We are beginning to consult with other campuses around the country. There are, for those of you who know anything about this field, there are about 100 university-based retirement communities in the United States. But none of them have this requirement, and most of them are adjacent, but it's more that people like to be closer to their college, maybe go to the football games, things like that. But they don't have this tight integration that we have. Putting my college hat on for a moment, the benefits to the college are many. For example, they have a very large IT system. I'm over here, now I'm running the senior care community. I'm buying that service from the college. I'm also buying the educational services from the college. I'm buying the security, the campus police services from the college, as well as, let's see, what did I leave? Oh, land lease. So I'm leasing the land from the college at the senior care community. It's very good benefit, financially beneficial for the college to have the senior community there, in addition to the social components. So let's see. The board is also very integrated. LaSalle College has a board, LaSalle Village has a board, and there are residents who sit on each of those boards, as well as I sit on each of those. So there's a lot of integration in the governance. Again, very important. I'm not going to go over this slide because this is the last concept I want to just wrap with, is that there is this concept of age-friendly cities and age-friendly campuses. There are now several age-friendly campuses in the United States where there is this permeability that we just talked about and that we just heard from the previous speaker. And there are all these elements about how people can live together. And frankly, these are the 10 attributes of an age-friendly campus, but it's just very practical when you think about it. It's what we all want as we get older and how we want to live. And in some ways, it's almost amazing to me that there aren't more senior living and campus collaborations around the world. So as we think about some of the key attributes for this model that I think of as a model for the future, it really is about lifelong learning. It's the integration of the campus life and all that that offers, including the coffee shops and the bookstore and all that, the support services and healthcare services, and the intergenerational interactions, informal and formal. And then finally, just that alignment, I think, is very important in how you structure this. So with that, I will close, and thank you very much.
That's amazing. Thank you, Anne. I think LaSalle Village is a fascinating place. I have been there for twice. It's amazing. And if I remember correctly, the 50% of the residents have a doctorate degree, and 70% have master's degree. So I still remember the picture that old lady told me that how proud she got her PhD in gerontology at the age of 64. It's amazing. Okay, let me introduce our last speaker, Ernst Valery. Ernst is a founder and the president of the Ernst Valley Investment Corporation, focusing on innovative real estate investment tools, affordable housing, and context-sensitive community building. Ernst is enthusiastic about the bridging multidisciplinary academic research and innovation in practice, and has been proactively involved in collaborative research and practice projects with DAS, Sloan School of Management, and Sustainability Initiative at MIT. So let's please welcome Mr. Ernst Valery to give us a closing presentation. Thank you.
name is Ernst Valerie. I do real estate development and private equity, and I got there by starting out as an urban planner. And initially, I actually wanted to be an architect, and I got into architecture school, and it was a bit different than what I expected. It was really just about the building itself, but nothing about the people around the building. And so like the building was the object, and the community was sort of like secondary. The people in that community were also secondary. So I found urban planning. And urban planning, I fell in love with it because it really looked at the big picture, right? It looked at a building in context. What makes a building great? What makes a community? The transportation aspects of it. And I was fine being an urban planner until I realized that urban planners have no power. So urban planners will put a great plan together, and it'll sit there. And you'll have politicians, you'll have developers who actually have no idea of the big picture, but they could actually execute because they have access to capital. So I thought, okay, how do I get that kind of power? So I went to grad school and I studied commercial real estate development, and I became very good at being a developer. And we'll back up a little bit. Even before that, I started my development company in Philadelphia, in South Philadelphia, renovating row houses. And so I had no sense of what development was, but what I did know was cities. I knew that if you were close to a park, if you were close to transport, these things were good. And so I started buying small real estate, row houses basically, in these places that, as an urban planner, I felt were great. And this was like in 2000, 1999, 2000. By 2003, in Philadelphia, these neighborhoods had completely transformed, and we had displaced a lot of people because these were the attractive places. So I was using my urban my urban planning powers for evil, right? And so I was identifying these wonderful places to be, and I was part of the problem. And so fast forward to going to grad school and then kind of getting reprimanded by my undergraduate professors. I went back for a conference in Ithaca, and I went to undergrad at Cornell, and I was telling my professors how great I had done in life because, hey, in South Philly, we've made millions of dollars displacing people. And they looked at me and they said, and we had such great hope for you. We thought you were going to actually do well. And so that actually hurt my feelings, and I went back and I said, what's wrong with gentrification, right? And so, you could be presented with a problem, and you could say, okay, I'm just going to go down this path. And it's also kind of like being disruptive, right? I wanted to be disruptive in a positive way. So I wanted to continue doing real estate development. I wanted to continue gentrifying, but then how do we not displace people? So I have a project that I'm going to show you that kind of exemplifies what we do as private equity investors and also real estate developers. The three things that are very important to us are gentrifying communities, and we see that as new resources coming in, new people coming in. The negative is the displacement, and so how do we gentrify without displacing? The next thing is we're very conscious of the need for infill development and adaptive reuse. We see that as an essential thing to being green and also to regenerating and reviving communities. And overall, my thought is, when you look at emerging markets, the only really true emerging markets, and it's kind of U.S.-centric, I think the U.S. has the best emerging markets, and they tend to be in urban communities. And all these cities that have been ignored, I think that's where there's going to be the most value. And it's owning hard assets in those communities. And so part of what we do is we want to own as much as we can, but how do we enable people in those communities that have lived through awful times? Like when you think of, I went to grad school in New York City, and when I first got there, it used to be called Harlem. And it had, on 125th Street, you could find all sorts of vacant properties. You could find all sorts of drug and crime, but all those properties were owned by someone. And those people were kind of sitting on those properties and not really investing in those properties, and it kind of created this domino effect where everything around it was awful, and then suddenly you had people, including my university, they created like different LLCs and they bought properties. I went to Columbia, and they bought properties all over the place, and now they call Harlem Manhattanville. And so how do you do that and allow people from these communities to participate in the gentrification, but then being part of making a living and generating income and capital from that as well, like the local folks. The next thing is I love transit-oriented development and smart growth. Keep cities where they are and keep the countryside where it is as well. So this project, we actually just got this building approved by the Urban Review Board in Baltimore. It's right behind, it's called the Nelson Cole Building. It's right behind Penn Station in Baltimore, so it's the ultimate transit-oriented location. So these are the people involved. There's me, the most important person. There's our architect, urban designer, and this is a presentation that we made about branding, and so we kind of presented all the design-oriented folks. So this building is in this neighborhood in Baltimore called the Station North Arts and Entertainment District. It's right north of the train station, so if most train stations in the U.S., north of the train station, it's usually what's called the wrong side of the tracks, and this was the wrong side of the tracks. And so what it did was it attracted a lot of artists, because artists can't afford to live on the right side of the tracks, so they live on the wrong side. But what they do is they kind of create community. There are some developers now that actually follow artists. And this is exactly what this neighborhood was. So what we found in this neighborhood, it was very diverse, it was vibrant, playful, colorful, and full of character. These are all the things that kind of bring value to a community, and part of it is how do you preserve that without kicking these folks out at the same time. So that's the challenge. So Station North is sort of in the middle of everything in Baltimore City. It's sitting right on top of Penn Station, which is right here. We're 1 block away. We're literally on top of the parking lot for Penn Station. And on this side, you have University of Baltimore, and they just spent over $100 million rebuilding a law school for University of Baltimore. And I like to call University of Baltimore the NYU of Baltimore City. They're sitting on great real estate. Everyone thinks it's Hopkins, but Hopkins is kind of tucked away in Charles Village, and University of Baltimore is right downtown. So if you think of Columbia and NYU, I'd love to have NYU's real estate as opposed to Columbia's real estate. It's a nice little place, but it's kind of tucked away. So when I talk about transit-oriented, there's our site. This is not working. There's our site right there. You've got Penn Station here, and Penn Station gets you to Philadelphia in about an hour. It gets you to DC in 45 minutes. It gets you to New York in about 2 hours and 10 minutes. And so to have that, then to have the light rail, which is right here, then you have the Jones Falls Expressway. This highway, 83, going north, you get to Harrisburg in about 45 minutes. And then you have Baltimore, and then you have DC, which is directly south of Baltimore. And then you have a bike trail. I mean, there's so many transportation modes that connect here. It was immediately an attractive place to be. So coming from New York, when this site became available through the city, not many developers went after it because it wasn't on the right side of the tracks. But then we kind of went after it because we're from New York, and we saw, who gets to be next to Penn Station? And this is named Penn Station. I was thinking Penn Station, New York. So we fell in love with this neighborhood and we started investing in this neighborhood. We started working with the artist community. We started working with the community groups and figuring out how do we keep you here and how do we make this a wonderful community. And part of the tools that we used was density. If you look at our project, so this is sort of like the normal density that you have in that neighborhood, usually 2 to 3 story projects. We worked with the city to get it rezoned so we could add density, so we can actually keep people there while bringing new people in. So a typical sort of home in this neighborhood. And these are sort of the new things that have come. So this is the $151 million law school that UB built. And MICA, which is the art school in Baltimore, they built this. This is a student dorm, actually. So these are very much object buildings that kind of say, hey, you know, we're transitioning here in Baltimore. We're getting more modern, and we're trying to attract more people to our law school, to our art school. And so this is how our lot currently looks. And this building right here is called the Chesapeake. It's about 31,000 square feet. And so when you're building new in a community, what comes first? Do the amenities come first, or does the building come first? So like, we kind of believe you have to get the amenities in first. So traditional developers don't like to do that because it's called a loss leader and they're not willing to lose. And so we are willing to lose, but we see it as setting the stage for something greater. So we renovated this building. We used federal historic tax credits. And on the ground floor, we have 2 restaurants. On the second floor, we have a community space, art gallery space. And the community space is made available to all not-for-profits for free when they have their annual meetings. And then we have office space. I actually have my office in this building. And we have TRF, the reinvestment fund from Philadelphia, that has come to Baltimore to invest money in underutilized communities and to gentrify and to revitalize Baltimore, basically. And so they're in there with us. And on the upper floors, we have apartments. So this is the current lot. So example of an infill development. And these are sort of some of the early concepts of what we wanted to put there. And you can see you have this building right here, that's the adaptive reuse part of it. And this corridor right there, back in 2005, there was really nothing there. And now you have 4 restaurants, I think 3 bars, and a movie theater. So it's ready. It's ready for the nice, shiny new building. And so all the technical things that you learn about urban planning, like location quotients and things like that, it was put to me in a very simple way. One of my professors once said, to build a community, you need 5 good restaurants and 3 good bars. And so I think we have that, and we're moving forward to building a really great community in this neighborhood. And you can see in terms of like rents per square foot, about 8 years ago, the rental rates per square foot, we were asking for $1.59 per square foot in a neighborhood that's twice as good as this neighborhood, and people thought we were crazy. And now this neighborhood is getting over $2.30 per square foot. And the vacancy rate is lower than 5%. So so this is a parking lot for the train station. This is our building. This is another angle at our building. And on the ground floor of our building, continuing on this path of creating community, we have a market cafe on the ground floor, an art gallery on the ground floor, and we're making about 40% of our units available for people that make under 80% of median income. And we've actually worked things out with the artists, the ones that are willing to commit. And we're making their units affordable where they make less than 60% of median income. Even though we're not using LIHTC or anything on this, we felt that it was our responsibility to kind of collaborate with these folks because they were there before when it was an awful neighborhood, and we want them to continue being there. Part of the issue is being able to make a commitment. You know, so I really enjoyed the panel before, but it's, you know, a lot of the disruptive technology from like the, you know, there's no commitment being made. It's like you can't commit to renting a hotel for a night. You have to get it down to like a minute or an hour. So I think part of what we have to do, like real estate is about commitment. So if you don't make a commitment, a long-term commitment, because you may not make money within like the first, 2 years, 3 years, but long-term, real estate always does make money. And so, you guys are all into like real estate. I ask you kind of like think long-term. You can create better communities if you make a longer-term commitment. And we're not always looking to make a ton of money within like the first 3 years and make like 2x, 3x, 100x, that we can be satisfied with like a 15% return, 20% return, and create better communities because we'll make money longer. I guess that's my message. It's really let's make commitments to communities and to people. And that's our building. And this goes into layouts and green roofs. So we also have a great commitment to green aspects of our building. Most of our buildings are equivalent to LEED Gold. But we don't always get the certification, especially for the affordable housing that we do. We own about half of our portfolio is senior housing. And what we found, my parents are seniors, they're like 72 and 71, and their greatest investment was me because I pay for everything. But, when I first saw their Social Security check, I was shocked because there's no way they can live. They live in Nyack, New York, and what they receive in their Social Security check basically pays for the taxes in that community. So, we made a big commitment to affordable housing, especially affordable housing for seniors. So I leave you guys with that. I've got like 2 minutes left. I just wanted to thank you guys for having me here, and thank you.
Thank you everyone for being here over the weekend. We do have a long day, and but again, so since we're talking about real estate, I do agree with Mr. Valley that we are, at the end of the day, dealing with a place where we can have commitment. And hopefully, this is also our commitment over the past few months to make this event successful and to bring it to the future. Again, I would love to thank Mr. Semta Lee for the generous donation to MIT that the establishment of Semta Lee Lab for MIT Entrepreneurship made this event being able to happen with the support of MIT Center for Real Estate. This is a student-organized event from 0 to Z. And I would really want to thank you, all the students from Harvard and MIT. We also, there's an organizer who is coordinating yesterday's panel. He just became a father over the weekend. I would love to, he's now in hospital with his parents. So really thanks everyone for the effort. I think we really had a great weekend, especially on this Columbus Day weekend. Again, I guess that's it. Since we need to vacuum this room because there's another event following, we can move our, I'm sure you will have questions to the amazing 3 speakers, and we can move the conversation to the brighter space. And thank you all. Thank you very much.